A slow river moves across a wide plain, carrying light and soil in equal measure, and the water's voice is soft and steady as it passes through reeds and grasses. Morning fog lifts from the surface in pale sheets, and small fish slip in the shallows where the current meets the bank. Along the bends, where the water folds back on itself, there are layers of mud that smell faintly sweet, and these layers hold the memory of rain and sun and time. The ground here yields easily to a gentle step, and the many braided channels make quiet paths across the land that animals follow and birds trace with silver wings. Beyond the immediate river edge, a gently sloping floodplain spreads out in ribbons of green and brown, and each season draws a new pattern on that open fabric. When the rains come, the plain softens and takes into itself a shallow mirror of water, and when the rains stop, the surface warms and sends up the scent of new growth. In low places, sedge and rush push thick and tall, making soft places for small creatures, and thick stands that break the wind. Small islands of higher ground rise here and there, and they keep dry through the wet season like quiet islands in a slow sea, inviting longer rests and slow gatherings. Near where the river slows, the land fans outward into shallow deltas, and the water's motion changes into shimmer and hush. Sediment settles in thin sheets, and tiny channels weave a fine lace over the deposit. The ground here is uneven and soft, and it holds pools that come and go with the tides, each pool alive with small fish, crabs, and water beetles. The meeting of sweet river water and salted sea makes a gentle mix, and this brackish edge is rich in small shells and sea grasses that bend under light waves. Salt and fresh meet in patient conversation, and life finds its ways between the two. Where the river meets the open coast, a long ribbon of flats and mud extends and draws gulls and waders in long patient lines, and their calls stitch quiet music across the morning. Tidal rhythms move in slow breaths, leaving flaps of wet sand and wide, wet grasslands that catch the sun as the water withdraws. Behind the sandy edge, dunes rise in soft curves, and in their hollows, small ponds collect clear rain. The beach holds smooth pebbles, small shells, and the occasional driftwood arm, and the smell of salt is steady and clean in the air. Boats, when present, rest on the flats and tilt gently as waves reach and recede. A coastal plain farther along carries salt pans and shallow marshes that flash silver in midday light, and the grasses there hold salt in their stems in thin measured amounts. Small lagoons lie like slow jewels between spit and shore, sheltering young fish and the quiet lives of eels and shellfish. In softer places, mats of peat and rich muck form slowly, and these places hold traces of long wet seasons and the slow compression of plant matter. The edge of fresh water and sea invites many small lives, and it offers a constant, low hum of movement that is steady enough to be almost felt rather than heard. Inland, from the water's immediate edge, terraces rise in gentle steps where older riverbeds lay their own stories on the land, and these terraces are dry and warm when the lower lands are cool and sodden. On these higher strips, the soil is often looser and wilder, with grasses and scrub that dry in the summer and bloom in the spring. Small trees take root along the terraces, and their roots help hold the thin soil against wind. These raised edges make safe places to stand and watch the slow changes on the floodplain, and they feel like a quiet first choice when one looks for steadiness in a shifting world. Where the plain meets higher ground, low hills and shallow ridges rise, and there the woodlands are thicker and older. Oak, elm, and various pines, when they can grow, provide shade and steady fuel, and their fallen branches gather in tidy piles where small animals hide. Stone outcrops peek through the soil in places, their faces cool to the touch, and the variety of rock supplies, the small tools and shaped stones that people fashion when needed. The hills collect water in small leathered pockets of clay and sand, and these pockets keep moisture when the plain has dried into crispness. Loess and silt blow and settle in gentle sheets on some upland edges, making a velvet smoothness to the soil that warms early in the sun. And these pockets are easy to turn and work when one chooses to press the earth for small garden patches. Alluvial fans spread where streams slow their flight from higher ground, and they form a fan of new earth that is pale and fertile. The color of the soil changes with these shifts, from dark and heavy near the river to lighter and silky on the fans, and each color holds a different promise of growth and steadiness across the seasons. In places where rivers cut narrow channels between banks, natural levees rise in thin ridges, and these ridges are slightly higher and drier than the surrounding plain. When floods come, they fill the low places first and then spill onto the plain, leaving a film of nutrient-rich mud across the landscape. The levees hold a different set of plants from the marshes below, and small trees and shrubs find a foothold there, softening the outline of the waterway with green. The natural ridge feels safe and visible, and it changes slowly as the river wanders over long stretches of time. Seasonal patterns are slow and strong, and organize life in many quiet ways, and these rhythms return like a familiar footstep on a long corridor. In some places, the year is carried on rain clouds that swell and pass in a single warm season, and those rains swell rivers and send water across the plains in one deliberate swell. In other places, the thaw of snow in the mountains sends a measured pulse downriver in early spring, and that pulse swells the channels with cold, bright water that slips and spreads outward. In coastal regions, the rise and fall of tides is a daily breathing, and this gentle motion shapes the edgelands hour by hour. The seasons trade places with patient ease, and with that trade, the texture of the land rearranges itself. After floods, new sprouts appear, and thin shoots push through, and the plain quickly becomes a soft green with edible grasses and wild seeds. In dry times, the plain hardens and the grasses brown into warmth, and animals move with the water in patient arcs, following ponds and pools. Migratory birds map the calendar with their journeys, arriving and departing like slow decorative chords that mark a change in light and scent more than a sudden shift. Along the river, shallow pools and eddies gather in quiet coves where fish find shelter and birds find a place to feed. And these nooks are both calm and busy in their small economies. Frogs and dragonflies are present in number, and reeds bend and whisper around them. Shellfish crawl in slow lines and cling to mud, and their shells gather a faint chalky sheen in the sun. The life of the water is layered and dense in small ways, and each layer supports another in a steady, low design that tracks the flow of days. On the drier edges of the plain, wild grasses and seed-bearing plants stand in orderly groups, and their stalks hold dry seeds in autumn that crackle faintly in the breeze. Small rodents follow these seeds with light feet, and their runs create soft traces across the soil. Predatory birds patrol the heights, circling with slow wings and watching the ground, and their presence is a calm balance. The plain supports many small feeds and small nudges of life, and each movement is part of a larger, patient turning. The reed beds by waterways offer material that is flexible and warm and useful in many quiet ways, and their long stems can be tied into mats and bundles and frames when one needs shelter or floor. In the shallow water, clumps of bulrush and reeds hide small fish and provide a steady material for a craft and warmth. Clay and soft mud are present where the river has laid its load, and when dried and warmed, the clay can be shaped into flat pans and smooth lumps that dry to a firm touch. The land gives both soft and firm components, and each is woven into daily use. Estuaries and brackish lagoons support a different set of plants and animals, and the salt-tolerant grasses and halophytic herbs stand in pale bands along the edge. Crustaceans dig brief burrows in the soft mud, and their tracks appear like tiny calligraphy across the flats. Oysters and mussels attach to roots and stones, forming slow reefs that change the water's flow against them. The mixing of salt and fresh encourages many small lives, and the abundance here is patient and resilient in the face of shifting tides. In some places, small lakes gather at the foot of the plain, holding a deep blue that contrasts with the lighter river, and these lakes are slow and reflective. Waterbirds wheel and rest on the sheltered margins, and the shallows warm early in spring to invite growth and life. Around the lake edges, reeds and willows stand in quiet rings, and their roots hold the soil against small waves. The lake collects rain and drainage from a wide area, and its presence gently alters the local climate, making nights a touch milder and mornings softer. The smell of wet earth after rain is a calming note across the plain, and the scent draws small lives out to tend to their tasks of feeding and breeding. Insects hum and hover over damp patches, and bees seek the first modest flowers for pollen. The movement of small wings and the buzz of life are constant yet gentle, like a low chord under all else. The scent and sound together create a steady atmosphere that makes time feel slower and more ample. Where streams drop from higher slopes, they form small waterfalls and riffles that oxygenate the water and bring freshness to the plain, and these clear places are preferred by certain fish and by people when they need the cleanest water. Pebbles in those streams are smoothed by repeated passage, and they glint like dull coins beneath the surface. The sound of moving water here is delicate and reassuring, and the pockets of clear streamside plants hold a different kind of green than the flatter plain. Beyond the immediate river and its plain, forests and woodlands form a peripheral ring where game animals browse and smaller plants find shade, and the edge between forest and plain is a place of merging. Shrubs and young trees grow there in informal ranks, and animals come to graze at dawn and dusk when the light is slow and forgiving. The forest supplies wood and shelter, and a cool darkness in which berries and fungi can be found in season. It also offers vantage points to watch the plain from, and from those higher points, the whole lowland folds look like a soft card table of quiet colors. Salt springs and mineral outcrops appear in places on the plain, and their brackish seepage draws small animals and birds, who come to taste the mineral amber. These places are quiet and sticky with salt and minerals, and where salt collects, grasses thin and numbers of certain crusty plants increase. Small pools evaporate in summer to leave a sparkling crust, and these simple, salty plates can be harvested in gentle ways when care is taken. The mineral taste and the bright sun make for a certain stillness in the air. On sheltered bends of the river, small islands of vegetation form and hold nest, sites for birds, and shade for small creatures. And these islands are often ringed with snags and fallen logs that provide quiet shelter. The islands shift slowly as the water moves sand and silt around their edges, sometimes growing and sometimes melting into the current. Their shifting is barely perceptible across a single season, but over many years the map of the plain is rewritten in small measured edits. The islands taste of water on all sides and hold a concentrated life. In coastal washes and along the dunes, the wind arranges sand into long ripples and small ridges, and coastal plants clamp their roots into those shapes to hold them steady. Dune grasses sing in a thin reed voice as the wind passes, and small mammals tunnel beneath the sand to find coolness. The coastal strip holds a clean line of light, and the boundary between sea and land is braided with seaweed and drift that collect in low ridges. This edge is resource-rich in a particular way, offering shells and fish and salt and clear sky. Where estuaries widen into tidal marsh, the rise and fall of water draws lines of color across the grasses, and the marsh itself is a quiet mosaic of pools and hummocks. Mud crusts in the sun form flaky plates that crack in slow patterns, and the hummocks hold small grasses and insects. The benthic life here is thick and patient, and the many small organisms recycle the drift and the fine sediment into the food webs that support larger animals. The marsh is a soft buffer between full sea and true land, absorbing and releasing with each tide. The plain supports many different soils, and each soil has a different memory of past water and plants and animals. And that memory shows in its smell and in the feel of the fingers when they press it. Darker soils hold water longer, and in autumn they are full of the slow fatigue of a season. Paler soils warm faster in spring and support early shoots that are eager and delicate. Muddy blacks are sticky and heavy and make soft banks and channels, while sandy yellows are loose and bright and thirsty under the sun. Together, they form a gentle patchwork of possible places. Along the water's edge, small boats glide gently when present, and they move with a low motion that matches the breath of the river. The boats are light and simple, often made of reeds or thin planks when wood is available, and they cut a narrow wake that dies quickly. The presence of boats makes the water feel like a transport route, a silent corridor along which small things and quiet people may move, and the boat's oar strokes become a slow metronome against the broad silence of the plain. In areas where stone is found, small quarries and outcrops provide material that can be shaped into tools and anchors, and the stone's texture holds a cool, heavy note in hand. Chert and flint creak under a careful strike, shedding thin flakes that can be turned into sharp edges. Larger stones make natural, grinding surfaces or stepping points in shallow fords, and their solidity is a contrast to the soft mud that dominates much of the plain. The interplay of hard stone and soft earth is felt in daily movement. Wind and water move small seeds and plant parts across the plain, and the resulting patchwork of species is gentle and diverse. Willows seed new banks with soft catkins, and grasses shed tiny grains that roll on the breeze. Each plant finds its niche in the pattern of water and light, and where one species grows thickly, it changes the ground's feel and invites other species to live nearby. The composition of plant life at any edge is quiet and deliberate, evolving slowly as some plants gain a little advantage and others retreat. The choice of where to rest and stay longer is guided by small practicalities that repeat in simple forms, and people who move on the plain notice the drier ridges, the shallow springs, the places where reeds are thick and where clay is free. High points that hold a little breeze are preferred in warm times, and sheltered hollows are welcomed in colder months. Patches where fish gather or where birds are abundant are known and returned to with calm regularity, and these repeated visits create a slow familiarity that softens the land into a lived landscape. Small ponds and shallow cisterns collect water in hollows and can be found by watching the pattern of plants, and they keep cool even into dry spells. Where groundwater comes close to the surface, small wells form in the texture of the earth, and the water there is often clear and pleasantly cool. These soft, hidden reserves become quiet anchors in a changing season, places to refill and to rest the body and the thought. They are not grand or loud, but they hold steady and offer a private kind of relief. The availability of different materials close at hand shapes what can be made and how one lives. And when reeds are plentiful, light woven structures appear. And when clay is thick, flat pans and simple hardened forms are made. Wood from nearby trees becomes frames and firewood, and stone becomes heavy, durable parts where permanence is called for. The plain's offering of materials is modest and varied, and making use of them becomes a patient practice of turning the land's gifts into familiar objects. Along the salt flats, small crusts glitter in the sun, and wading birds pick slowly at the shallow edges where tiny shrimp and worms live, and their rhythm is patient and unhurried. The flats are warm in late afternoon and cool in the morning, and the thin skin of brine lifts and shimmers when stirred by wind. Small pools left by the tide are full of life for a few hours at a time, and the edge between wet and dry is a small stage for many quiet movements. In the broader landscape, weather moves in soft arcs that affect the plain in predictable ways, and long clouds bring even rains that fill rivers and make everything green. Clear skies bring heat and drying, and the land contracts and then breathes again. Wind shapes the grasses and the dunes, and fog sleeps over the water at times, softening the colors. The regularity of weather creates a comfortable expectation, and life in the plain aligns itself with those expectations in small, practical ways. Along old river courses, the ground is often a little lumpy from past channels, and these lumps hold different plants and different memories of water. Oxbow lakes may form in those gentle hollows, curling like a slow comma, and their ponds are pockets of calm. The edges of such old channels gather reeds and the low trees that prefer slightly drier soil, and the overall effect is a gentle heterogeneity across the plain. Walking along these shifts feels like tracing the land's slow handwriting. The thin bands of woodland that edge the plain provide not only wood, but a quiet shadow and a sense of enclosure that contrasts with the open floodplain. Mammals find shelter there and move out to feed at dusk and dawn, and their tracks are impressed in soft earth. Edges are often where people plant small patches of useful trees and shrubs, a quiet tending that begins to change the line over years. The shadow line is gradual and growing in small increments with human attention. In the salt marsh margins, small raised hummocks of earth form where plants accumulate detritus and dry slowly, and these hummocks can be firm enough to walk on when the surrounding flats are a soft mess. They are preferred for brief rest by birds and small mammals, and sometimes for temporary shelters in bad weather. The hummocks create a punctuation in the flatness, and their firm tops offer a view that feels safer than the sucking mud around them. Patches of tall grass hold the seeds that feed many small lives, and their seed heads break apart in wind, and when brushed, releasing a dull rain of tiny grains that feed mice and birds alike. The grasses are often the first signal that the season is changing, their heads bending with the advance of autumn. The sound of seed heads rubbing is a soft, dry whisper in the ear of the plain, and it marks a move toward rest in the life of plants and animals. Where the river flows through a narrow gorge upstream, it speeds and cuts and carries coarser stones, and this energy draws a different set of life to its banks. Those upstream energies soften as the river reaches the plain and slows its step, and the plain catches what the hills release. This connection between high and low grounds is part of a calm circulation that runs through the whole landscape, and the plain is receptive to what the hills and mountains pass down. The plain's color palette changes with the light and season, from pale gold to deep green to soft brown, and each change feels like the turning of a page in a slow book. Early morning lends everything a cool blue veil. Midday light opens the color, and dusk draws it back to gentle mauves and grays. The steady change of light adds a temporal texture to the landscape that is as predictable as a slow song, and watching it is like listening to a soft bell. Small paths worn by animals and by repeated crossings mark the plain in a subtle script, and those paths connect water, feeding grounds, shade, and shelter. The paths are not formal roads, but are known and followed with ease, and they create a low network that ties the places of the plain together. The paths curve around pools and climb small ridges and cross shallow fords, and following them is a quiet way of moving through the land. Mud and clay near the river have a fine plasticity that invites shaping, and when left to dry in the sun, they change into firmer textures. Small patches of clay can be found where the river spreads its load, and these patches are valued for their holding quality. Clay dries to a cool touch and can be molded into simple shapes for cooking or storage when handled with patient care. The process of collecting and shaping clay is slow and rhythmic and suits a calm rhythm of days. Around the edges of freshwater ponds, cattails and reeds make dense walls that filter the light and sound, and they provide shelter to a quiet multitude of small lives. Fish schools turn under the reed shadow, and small turtles bask on the sunny logs. The reeds can be cut and bundled for many uses, and their soft centers make comfortable bedding and insulation in simple shelters. The abundance of reeds in certain stretches is a constant resource that changes slowly with the water's temperament. Small terraces and hummocks where wind-blown silt accumulates, offer microsites for early plants to establish, and these sites often become favored for small plantings where people wish to encourage useful species. The terraces feel like a natural bench on which to place something delicate and watch it grow. They also provide a little warmth and early light in spring, making them attractive to early shoots and to creatures that seek the first food of the season. The terraces are modest platforms in the wide plain where river and tributary meet. Eddies gather leaves and seeds in gentle swirls, and the slow circulation makes calm pockets that are good for young life. These gentle vortices collect organic material and provide a sheltered nursery for countless small organisms. Over time, the accumulation of debris at such meeting points can raise the ground a touch and change the local ecology, making the meeting of streams a place of quiet change. The microhabitat there is gentle and protective. On misty mornings, the plain can be nearly silent, save for the soft drip of water from leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird. And in such moments, the land feels almost like a held breath. Light filters through the haze and softens the edges of trees and banks until all outlines are gentle and forgiving. Movement is slow and deliberate in that softened light, and the day seems to begin as if peeled open slowly from a thin shell. The plain's morning hush is a courtesy and a cradle for slow activity. The river's banks sometimes show exposed roots of trees that have adapted to shifting soil, and those roots form natural ladders and small shelters along the edge. The exposed root tangles create small pockets where water pools after a flood, and those pockets are favored by froglings and insects. The twisted shapes of roots offer a tactile complexity that contrasts with the plain's smooth stretches, and they invite careful handling and gentle passage when crossing the margin. Salt and fresh meet in estuaries in a long, stable negotiation, and the plants there show a patient acceptance of both qualities, carrying salt lightly in their leaves. Crabs and shrimp inhabit the muddy floor, and small fish move in to feed on algae during the high tide. The estuarine life is cyclical and timed to tidal gates, and it functions as a slow seasonal rhythm that repeats with metronomic surety. The mix of waters creates a steady abundance that can be counted on across years. The plain's many small resources invite different kinds of tasks, and each task is slow and deliberate, a patient shaping of what the land offers. Gathering shells at low tide is gentle and rhythmic. Rowing a small craft along a quiet channel is steady and measured. And watching the pattern of clouds for rain is a quiet attention to the larger flow. The tasks themselves are modes of keeping time with the landscape and of turning incidental abundance into familiar comfort. In shaded pools and deep reed beds, the light is green and slow, and the senses relax in those cool pockets where temperature is even and the air holds a faint smell of wetness. The water's surface there is a mottled mirror that reflects small movements and hides deeper currents, and the feeling of being beside such water is one of soft containment. The pools are patient mirrors of the sky, and they change only by small increments through the season. Across the plain, small communities of plants and animals cluster in ways that feel like gentle companionship, and those clusters make the landscape readable and predictable. Where certain grasses grow tall, particular birds return. Where shallow pools gather, frogs and insects multiply. This patterning is a quiet grammar of place, and learning it is a slow listening that tunes a person to the land's steady voice. The plain thus becomes familiar in its rhythms and available in its reserves, offering a slow, reliable unfolding that invites rest and gentle dwelling. In the slow sweep of seasons, people began to notice the small changes that repeated each year, and those observations shaped the gentle work that came to fill their days. They watched when the first green shoots pushed through the damp earth, how the rains softened the soil and coaxed life upward, and how dry winds later curled the leaves inward and hushed the fields. They learned to follow these rhythms with patience, moving tools and hands in time with the land so that planting and tending felt like a careful dance. Over time, they chose particular patches of ground that seemed to remember moisture longer or warm sooner, and they returned to them year after year, cultivating not with haste, but with steady attention. The tasks were small and repeated: the planting of seeds, the clearing of competing grasses, the careful weeding, each action folding into the next until the field was a map of slow care. As hands became familiar with the ways of soil and seed, a different kind of knowledge grew, quiet and persistent, that would shape days and seasons alike. From noticing plants, people began to guide plants more directly, selecting seeds from the fullest stalks and the sweetest kernels, saving those that promised a softer harvest next year. This process of selection was patient and unhurried, as people set aside the best of the ripened grain and allowed it to rest until the season called for sowing. In this steady choosing, the wildness of grasses softened into more dependable rows and stands, with stalks that bent in practiced unity to the breeze. The slow shaping of plants was mirrored in the care of animals, as people kept closer company with those that offered milk or calmness or work. They kept the gentlest individuals near and tended the weakest so they too might thrive. And in those repeated choices, the traits they needed became more common. Over generations, this quiet guidance made familiar species of grain and herd animals, and life began to center around the dependable return of plants and bodies each season. As plants and animals grew more steady in their habits, people adjusted how they used water, guiding it gently where it was needed and guarding it where it could be stored. They learned to divert thin streams into channels that fed patches of ground that otherwise would have dried, lining shallow beds with stones or tamped clay to hold the dampness more evenly. Small embankments and furrows measured out water in patient segments so that each plant could drink without waste and each field could share what it received. Wells were dug where the surface gave way, and water could be drawn up with long levered tools or braided ropes. And near deltas, small reservoirs collected the slow run of off-season flows. This management of water became a quiet craft, practiced by hands that molded earth and stone, and it smoothed the pulses of the seasons so that hunger and plenty could be more evenly paced across the year. Irrigation did not spring up all at once, but in modest steps. Each one learned through repeated attention to the movements of floods and droughts. At first, people simply carried water in hollowed gourds or woven baskets to thirsty plants. Then they improved the channels and lids, and later they widened the beds and softened the banks with planted reeds that slowed the rush. As water control matured, some fields could be planted earlier in the year and others later, creating staggered harvests that eased labor peaks. The work of building and maintaining these channels required cooperation, for the shaping of stream beds and the repair of banks were tasks that flowed beyond a single household. In time, this collaboration braided labor so that many hands worked in rhythm together, timing their efforts to the light and to the needs of damp earth, learning to move as a steady cohort rather than as unconnected individuals. Alongside these adjustments to water and field, the timing of crops settled into predictable cycles that shaped daily life almost as surely as the rising sun. People noted the moments when winter's coolness softened into the lengthening days that coaxed seedlings, and they marked the interval between the first shoot and the ripening head. They learned to stagger sowing so that some plots would ripen when the rains returned and others when the summer mellowed, making the harvest a sequence of gentle gatherings instead of a single frantic day. These staggered cycles eased the pressure on hands and on storage, and they allowed people to pace their work so that there were periods of concentrated tending and other times of lighter repair and craft. The cycles set a rhythm to conversation and movement, to the songs sung while hoeing, to the rest between tasks, and to the small celebrations that would not be loud, but would quietly honor the steady passage of time. Animal management folded into these rhythms with a softness born of daily proximity and patient observation. Herd animals were often tethered near dwellings at first, and people noticed which animals returned quickly when called, which grazed more carefully near crops, which gave milk longer into the season. They adjusted grazing paths to protect planted fields, guiding flocks to fallow slopes and sheltered meadows. Some animals were kept for pulling light loads across prepared soils, and with their help, people moved water pots, ground grain, and carried cut stems to drying racks. In working with animals, lessons were passed with small gestures, a softened voice, a steady hand, a reward of grain, so that animals and people learned to work in quiet accord. The gentle choreography of herding, milking, and tending became as much a part of the day as the caring for seedlings in the softened beds. The domestication of plants and animals shifted daily tasks at home as well as in the field, bringing new rhythms into the household. Women and men adapted their days so that certain hours were given to field tasks and others to caring for stored seed and animals, smoothing the edges of work so that chores did not collide but flowed one into another. Storage arrangements were refined to keep seed dry and safe through seasons of rain and heat, and these stores became a quiet reassurance that guided when fields were sown and when flocks needed extra feeding. Hand tools changed too. Small improvements learned from repeated use. Hoes and digging sticks were shaped for comfort. Baskets were woven in sizes that matched the rhythms of carrying, and containers were staved with attention to weight and balance. Each change reduced strain and made repetitive work gentler over the course of a long year. As cultivation became more certain, labor rhythms broadened to include seasonal teams that came together for planting and harvest, their cooperation as measured as their tasks. In planting, hands were synchronized to the same slow motion, stepping and scattering seed, pressing it lightly into the earth so that each grain felt held by the ground, not crushed. In harvest, people moved with careful steadiness to cut, gather and then dry the grain on racks or mats, turning the crops with practiced patience until they were ready for storage. These collective tasks were rarely loud or hurried. They were performed with shared knowledge and practiced gestures, a communal choreography that echoed the steady cadence of the seasons. The timing of communal labor eased the burden on any one household and taught patience, as each person knew their turn and their share in the collective task. The introduction of managed plots and coordinated grazing required new forms of planning, often informal and negotiated through quiet conversation and shared custom. People learned to rotate fields, allowing patches to rest so that the soil could recover and the plants would be more productive later on. This fallow rotation was a practice that took the long view, a promise to future seasons made by present restraint. It smoothed labor by creating times of lighter tending when fields rested and times of concentrated attention as they were readied again. Grazing patterns, too, were rotated, with flocks moved along agreed paths so that pasture would be renewed and the soil erosion would be minimized. These modest planning habits created a sense of continuity that rubbed away abrupt needs and gave shape to work across years. Over successive cycles, small innovations in tools and techniques accumulated almost imperceptibly, each easing a specific motion or saving a little time and energy. Sickle blades were sharpened and hafted with cradles that fit the hand more kindly. Grinding stones were seated on low platforms to spare the back. Simple levers and pulleys made lifting water less strenuous. These improvements were integrated quietly into daily life, replacing older ways without fanfare, and people adapted their hands and bodies to suit the refined tools. As tools changed, the choreography of work shifted subtly too, smoothing once tedious movements and allowing a steadier pace. The economy of motion became part of a gentler existence, where effort was distributed and fatigue kept at bay by thoughtful design. The steady success of planting and animal tending encouraged seasonal specialization of work within and between households, with some people spending more time on field tasks and others focusing on the care of flocks or the processing of harvests into edible forms. These specializations were not rigid hierarchies, but flexible arrangements grounded in skill and preference, allowing knowledge to deepen in particular tasks. Those who became adept at tending irrigation channels learned to repair and manipulate water flow with a quiet competence, while others refined the art of drying and storing grain so it would not spoil. This gentle division of labor created a fabric of interdependence that made the community more resilient, as each person's steady work fit into the measured whole of seasonal life. As labor patterns settled, people found ways to mark and manage time more carefully, developing simple calendars and observances tied to plant phases and animal cycles. They counted the days until sprouting, marked the interval to flowering, and tracked the weeks to harvest, so that tasks could be aligned with natural cues. These markers were set into the flow of daily life, used to plan when tools should be readied and when helpers would be needed. The rhythms of water control, seed saving, and grazing were coordinated through these gentle reckonings of time, so that resources were used with forethought and labor peaks could be anticipated. The calendar was not a rigid measure, but a soft guide, a shared awareness that shaped activities without constricting them. The repeated cycles of planting, tending, and harvesting encouraged a gradual transformation in the relationship people had to the land, from short-term use to longer stewardship. Plots that were cared for season after season were tended with conservation in mind. Soil was hoed gently, organic matter returned to the ground, and trees or hedges planted to shelter fields from wind and sun. These forms of stewardship were modest in scale, but sincere in intention, and they threaded small improvements into the landscape. When the rains were light, people remembered where water pooled and where the soil held moisture, and they adjusted sowing patterns accordingly. This attentiveness allowed fields to sustain yields more reliably and made labor less frantic when weather was uncertain. Some communities experimented with planting several crops together in the same patch, observing how certain plants supported one another through root depth, shade, or pest control. Companion planting emerged from careful watching, with legumes sometimes placed to enrich the soil, and taller stalks offering shelter to more delicate seedlings. This gentle arrangement reduced the need for chemical intervention and made the work of tending simpler because pest pressure and soil fatigue were softened. The choice to mix crops was deliberate and patient, a way to weave different lifelines together so that the whole plot was more stable across variable seasons. It reflected a calm, rhymed approach to production rather than an attempt to force the land into a single uniform use. Water control and the care of animals introduced new daily rituals that became part of the quiet rhythm of households. Morning milking was performed with a slow and constant patience, the milker's hands learning the animal's small cues and adjusting pressure accordingly, creating a tranquil moment that began the day. Checking irrigation channels was often an early task, as water showed its levels plainly at dawn, and slight adjustments could be made before the sun warmed the soil. These recurring acts lent a predictable cadence to the day, and this predictability softened the edges of labor, allowing people to divide tasks into manageable, calming sequences. The ritual of tending helped keep the household moving without strain, each action leading to the next in soft order. As knowledge of crops and herds deepened, people developed small methods of protecting their yields from pests and decay that relied on observation and simple interventions. They dried and cured grains with careful air circulation to prevent mold. They stored seeds in elevated bins to protect them from damp and rodents, and they scattered ashes or crushed plant matter to deter certain insects. These measures were unassuming but effective, and they reflected a slow accumulation of practical wisdom. In animal care, simple measures like rotating pastures and keeping water sources clean reduced disease and maintained steady milk production. These quiet protections stabilized food supplies and smoothed the emotional life of communities, for predictable harvests meant fewer nights of anxiety. The domestication of animals also brought a subtle change in mobility for some groups, as herds required more routine oversight and often limited long-distance wandering that had been common in wholly mobile lifeways. People adjusted by choosing routes and pastures that fed both cultivated fields and grazing animals, setting boundaries to avoid overuse, and sometimes returning to favored grazing grounds with the calm necessity of behavioral memory. While mobility did not disappear, it was tempered by the needs of cultivated fields and domesticated flocks, creating a steadier base for seasonal life. The interplay between movement and rootedness softened both practices, allowing journeys to be taken with provisions and planning, and returns to be anticipated with familiarity. The gradual accumulation of specialized knowledge about seed selection, water management, and animal care created roles for those whose hands and attention turned often to specific tasks. Some became known for their skill in saving seed that produced reliable crops, and others for the way they read the subtle signs of animal illness before it spread. These small reputations were quietly acknowledged in daily life and shaped the ways people sought advice or help. Apprenticeship became a patient affair, with youth learning by watching and imitating, doing light tasks at first, and gradually taking on more complex responsibilities. The transmission of skills was soft and continuous, embedded in the rhythm of life, rather than isolated in formal instruction, and it ensured that knowledge moved gently from one generation to the next. Small, localized experimentation with new crops and breeds of animals introduced mild variability into agricultural systems as people tried different seed types on particular soils or nursed new lines of animals for traits like patience or milkiness. These experiments were undertaken with care, and when a new variety proved more reliable or easier to tend, it was shared among neighbors through quiet exchanges. This sharing was reciprocal and slow, not a rush to adopt, but a cautious spread of what worked, with each household adapting innovations to its own circumstances. The result was a mosaic of practices across landscapes, where variation tempered risk and allowed communities to learn from one another without abrupt change. As the rhythm of cultivation settled, so too did the practices around food processing, which smoothed the work into predictable patterns across seasons. Grains were threshed with simple tools and winnowed in gentle breezes to separate chaff, then ground on stones whose surfaces were shaped to yield a fine meal with practiced, even pressure. The processing of milk into cheeses or the drying of meat for storage were patient operations that matched the pace of family life, with hours dedicated to turning, pressing, and curing in ways that required attention but not haste. These processes stretched the availability of food across months and even years, integrating work across different seasons and reducing sudden pressures on labor. Interwoven with these practices were quiet communal exchanges, as neighbors lent tools, shared labor during harvest, and exchanged surplus for goods they lacked. Markets were not bustling centers at first, but gentle gatherings where grain could be swapped for pottery, or where a basket maker might trade for a length of leather. These exchanges were predictable and steady, carried out with familiar faces and trusting gestures so that households could balance their needs with the natural rhythms of production. The calm trade of essentials eased the burden on any single household and helped reinforce cooperative patterns of planning and labor, smoothing seasonal workloads by providing reliable avenues for acquiring what was not produced at home. As seasons flowed, the pace of life was shaped by a balance between immediate needs and long-term care of land and stock, so that labor included both the urgent tending of young plants and the slow building of structures to store and protect. People learned to alternate heavier work with periods of lighter maintenance, arranging tasks so that tool repair or weaving might replace field labor during slow months. This alternation preserved strength and kept skills sharp across the year, as hands moved from one kind of craft to another in the measured sequence. It created a humane tempo to life, where toil was regular, but also interleaved with tasks that restored energy and nurtured communal ties. The slow refinement of husbandry and cultivation encouraged household economies to plan for lean times by creating modest but reliable reserves, whether in dried grains, smoked meats, or preserved milk products. These reserves were tended as carefully as living crops, counted quietly, and used judiciously, and their existence shaped choices about when to plant or move animals to new pastures. The practice of maintaining stores brought an inner calm to the household, reducing the urgency of survival and allowing more thoughtful attention to improvement and craft. This steadiness of provision was the product of many small acts of care, woven together across seasons into a tangible sense of security. Knowledge of weather patterns deepened alongside agricultural practices as people tracked not only when rains arrived, but how clouds gathered, how winds shifted, and how local indicators like flowering or bird behavior signaled change. This careful weather watching was folded into the timing of sowing and harvesting so that fields were readied or rested in concert with the subtle cues of atmosphere and earth. Observing weather became a communal skill, shared in low voices and gestures, and it informed decisions about when to repair channels, when to reduce herd size before a predicted drought, and when to preserve more food in anticipation. The rhythm of labor and life thus followed a responsive, gentle pattern, one that shifted with the faintest signs, rather than with abrupt mandates. As animal management matured, the use of animals as draft partners became more widespread, and they were integrated into a soft choreography of work that extended human capacity without demanding undue speed. Oxen and other steady beasts were harnessed to carry loads, to pull simple plows that turned shallow furrows, and to haul water from wells to parched plots. Their inclusion allowed some tasks to be done with less exertion and more predictability, aligning the labor of clearing and planting with a measured, animal-assisted beat. The relationship between people and draft animals was reciprocal. Animals were tended with particular care, and in return they eased repeated motions, creating a balanced rhythm in which each life contributed to a shared seasonal pattern. Irrigation structures occasionally grew more ambitious as communities learned how to coordinate labor, sometimes involving longer diversion channels or small communal reservoirs that increase the predictability of water across fields. These larger endeavors required planning across households, shared maintenance, and agreed times for repairs and clearing, integrating the work of many into a continuous task. When a reservoir was full, work eased for a season. When it required draining for repair, the community accepted more labor as part of long-term stewardship. The slow cooperation around such structures was a testament to patient planning, a way to smooth variations in weather and distribute labor so that no one household bore the full burden of supply. The slow expansion of cultivated areas was often deliberate and cautious as people balanced the need for more food with an understanding of how land fatigue could set in if overworked. New plots were opened with thought, sometimes on slopes where terraces were built to slow rain and retain soil, and sometimes by allotting new ground for experimental crops that might succeed or fail. When new areas were incorporated, they were tended with the same measured rhythms as older fields, and the knowledge of rotation and fallow was extended to preserve productivity. This cautious growth kept the pace of labor steady and avoided the exhaustion of land and people, favoring a long-term approach to abundance rather than quick, unsustainable gains. Learning to read the long cycles of soil and water led to a softer sense of stewardship that guided decisions about when to let land rest and when to coax it into renewed yield. People observed how certain fields responded after years of rest, returning with renewed vigor, and how others demanded more permanent adjustments, like the planting of nitrogen-fixing companions. This long view governed choices that shaped labor rhythms as well, for resting fields created intervals of lighter work, while rejuvenation required a different sort of tending. The ever-present attention to soil health knitted the present to future seasons, producing a calm continuity in which today's care was always in gentle regard for tomorrow's harvest. The gradual accumulation of these practices, seed selection, water control, animal care, tool refinement, seasonal cooperation, wove a new tempo into daily life that was steady and calming. Each year repeated many gestures, and those gestures grew more deliberate and efficient, requiring less frantic energy and more patient coordination. People moved through the year like a slow procession, each task following naturally from what had just been done, and the pace allowed time for quiet conversation, for repair of tools, and for the gentle sharing of knowledge. In this steadied rhythm, work became a predictable part of life rather than an overwhelming pressure, and this predictability nurtured a kind of contentment that is born of reliable cycles and attentive care. Within households, the passing of agricultural knowledge from older hands to younger was a quiet, unforced process shaped by imitation and repeated practice rather than formal instruction. Young people learned first to carry light loads, then to weed, and later to sow or tend small herds, each skill folded into daily tasks and observed at close range until it became second nature. Elders offered advice in calm tones, correcting a grip or a timing with a soft touch, allowing experience to be absorbed slowly and gently. The transmission of skills reinforced continuity across seasons, and it created a calm confidence in the next generation, who carried forward practices refined over many cycles of sun and rain. As the years settled into this low, steady rhythm, gardens and pastures became not only sources of nourishment, but places of quiet attention and modest pride, cultivated with a patience that mirrored the movement of clouds and the slow turning of the moon. People took satisfaction in the predictable arising of shoots in spring and the steady swelling of ears before autumn, knowing that each small, repeated act of care contributed to a larger pattern of life. Work was not measured by haste, but by the reliability it produced, and the rewards were felt as a gentle easing of want rather than a grand triumph. In this ongoing, unhurried rhythm, labor and life fit together with the soft assurance of practiced, shared hands. Softly, the first footprints linger where people choose to stay for more than a season, and the earth begins to remember their weight. As days of returning sun and patient rains shape the land, these places collect impressions of repeated hands and feet, and small signs of permanence appear at the water's edge and along sheltered slopes. Simple lean-tos, made from thrust branches and bound reeds, give way to more deliberate walls, as familiarity with the surroundings makes it easy to imagine a night without moving on. In this quiet settling, the rhythms of arrival and lingering fold into a steady domestic heartbeat that guides how dwellings are planned and renewed. From those low shelters, more stable forms grow when materials are gathered and arranged with intention, pile by pile. River clay is mixed with chaff to make soft, warming walls that dry into surfaces both smooth and rough, holding heat and cooling breath. Mud brick, sun-baked and stacked, forms the slow geometry of rooms that face light and shadow in ways that suit cooking and sleeping. Timber posts, when available, mark doorways and support extended roofs, while bundles of thatch are laid carefully for rain to glide away. Each choice of material is a gentle response to the local weather and the hands that work with it. As houses become steadier, their shapes settle into familiar types, repeated from one family to the next, because repetition is easy and kindly. Low rectangular houses gather smoke and warmth under a shared roof, their internal corners used for beds or storage in turns. Circular huts maintain a contained warmth, their round walls reflecting both wind and companionship inward. Rooms are arranged simply, one place for fire and cooking, another for sleeping, a sheltered corner where tools and personal items rest. These forms are not sudden inventions, but patient refinements, learned by watching how rain falls and how cold gathers at night. Many homes keep a small inner courtyard, a private open room beneath the sky, where clay pots are mended and cloths dried, and where daily rhythm passes with sunlight. Courtyards become places of gentle work and quiet conversation, where children play in trodden dust and elders sit to watch. They offer a safe clearing for smoke to drift upward and for pots to simmer without filling the sleeping spaces. A courtyard's walls make a little world of tasks, and its threshold marks the soft boundary between the household's private life and the paths that lead beyond. Storage appears within and beside houses as a careful, visible promise against lean seasons, and the shapes of storage are small, clear statements of foresight. Bins and raised platforms hold grain in woven baskets, keeping the harvest away from damp earth and prowling animals. Subterranean pits, lined with stones and sealed with clay, keep roots and seeds cool and steady, while above-ground jars store oil or fermented foods under tied cloths. Such containers are placed near the hearth for easy access, yet sheltered from smoke and water, their lids tied with cord, and their surfaces often rubbed smooth by repeated hands. Inside walls, shallow niches sometimes hold the most used tools, and shelving of rough plank or woven reed keeps vessels in easy reach. The house is organized so that each object has a place that reduces the small daily friction of finding what is needed. Spoons and pestles are near the grinding stone. Baskets hang where dry goods are stored, and sleeping mats fold to make way for daytime tasks. This bodily choreography of objects and places shapes how people move through their days, cycling between light and shadow with predictable ease. Rooms are not always rigidly separate. Many homes use curtains, low partitions, or simple reed screens to make spaces that adjust with the weather or the number of people. A partition can offer privacy for nursing or rest and can be shifted to create more open space for communal weaving or for evening tales said quietly. The flexibility of these interiors is a quiet generosity, allowing the house to respond to the changing needs of its occupants without grand alterations. This gentle adaptability becomes a hallmark of long-lived dwellings. Roofs are carefully tended as living surfaces, places of repair and renewal that keep the home whole. Thatched roofs are replaced in stages by the household, neighbors offering spare hands in slow cooperative turns. Where timber is scarce, packed earth roofs are carefully maintained, their surfaces brushed and hardened to shed water. Roof edging is sometimes smoothed with plaster to protect eaves, and small parapets mark the house's outline against the sky in a private, modest silhouette. These topmost surfaces are both sheltering and symbolic, a finishing touch that becomes part of daily care. Foundations are modest but intentional, often using large stones or compacted clay to raise floors above damp ground. A slight rise keeps reed mats dry and stored grain safe, and a shallow step marks the threshold as a gentle change of place. That threshold often bears the first finger smudges of children returning from play, a subtle daily record of movement into the domestic space. Small levels and channels around foundations help water glide away from walls, and the careful placement of stones at corners prevents creeping moisture from eroding the house's patience. Hearths hold the center of many households, their low stones forming a place where food is made, warmth is kept, and light gathers after dusk. Fires are tended in the same places for seasons, and the hearth ash tells of meals and quiet evenings. Hearths sometimes share a double duty, baking flatbreads on hot stones and drying seeds in the same gentle heat. Smoke darkens beams and pottery in a soft, familiar way, an everyday patina that marks time without fuss. The hearth's steady amber comes to mean safety in the slow, low pitch of domestic life. Nearby, work surfaces emerge as the house's active arms. Grinding stones sit on low bases where women and men take turns turning grain into flour, and wooden mallets and pestles show the same repeated motions with the same worn grooves. Looms may be rolled out in morning light and stowed at night, their cords tightening and loosening with practice until hands move almost without thought. Simple woodworking benches appear by doors, where repairs to barrels and stools are made during the cooling hours. These work surfaces shape the cadence of days, filling them with gentle repetition. Animals may be kept close, in pens attached to houses, so that warmth and protection are shared with small herds and poultry. Simple stables, low and ventilated, hold animals through colder nights, while their breath and presence add to the household's steady warmth. Coops and pens are swept and mended, their floors replaced with fresh straw, and children learn early to care for small creatures, moving quietly and learning the patient work of tending living things. The cohabitation of animal and human space softens boundaries and threads living rhythms together. As houses endure, they often receive slow additions, like extra rooms for growing families or covered porches to store tools against sun and rain. These annexes are modest, added by the same hands that maintain the house, extending its capacity without breaking its character. A new sleeping room might be built when a child needs more space, or a storeroom might be tucked into a corner when surplus harvest insists on a place of its own. These incremental changes read like polite conversations with the house, a mutual adjustment to need. Paths between houses grow taut with repeated steps, worn lines that trace the nearest wells, and the best sheltered routes between doors. These lanes are informal and shifting, widened where many pass and narrow where a gate closes the way. Between houses, small thresholds become places of exchange, a bowl left for salt, a wooden stool borrowed for a brief visitor, tools resting against a wall until evening. These quiet acts of neighborliness shape how households align and how private and communal life remain in gentle balance. Storage, on a slightly larger scale, sometimes takes shape in communal facilities where grain is pooled for shared use or for safekeeping against drought years. Raised communal bins, supervised by household heads or by rotating custodians, keep reserves in view and in reach, and people come to tend them together during calm days. These shared stores are usually modest, managed with careful records or simple marks, and their existence gradually teaches households the value of contributing to common safety without losing their own small reserves. Doors and shutters hold the private line between the inside world and the outside, their simple latches and clamps used with a familiar rhythm. Some doors are carved or painted with modest designs, not for show, but because making a mark is a soothing way to claim a space. Thresholds may be swept daily, and the ritual of clearing its dust is both practical and quietly ceremonial. A small discipline that keeps the entry a place of calm arrival. These little acts bind household members to the house's care and to one another. Within households, roles settle into a pattern of shared responsibility shaped by routine and by the day's needs. Cooking, gathering firewood, mending containers, and tending small animals fall into an unspoken choreography where hands and time are allocated with a gentle economy. Children learn to fetch water and to knead dough, and elders guide these tasks with patient correction rather than strict decree, so that skill passes like a useful song. This distribution of tasks allows families to maintain steady care for both people and place. The making and mending of clothing often takes place at home, with soft rhythms of spinning and weaving that fit comfortably into afternoons of low light. Spindles move in the lap while conversation winds slowly, and the clack of loom parts becomes a background to daily speech. Garments are repaired with small, careful stitches, their hems turned inward and their fabric saved until wear is no longer an endurable option. This economy of repair reflects a practical tenderness for both material and maker, where threads bind more than cloth. Homes also harbor small workshops within the domestic realm, where pottery is formed, tools are sharpened, and baskets are woven. A corner of the house becomes a place for shaping clay on simple molds, and fingers press to form vessels that will hold water and grain. Molds and paddles are laid to dry in sunlit corners, and pots are fired in small kilns nearby, tended at predictable hours when smoke will not disturb sleeping rooms. The proximity of crafting to daily life keeps skill alive in the hands of many, practiced in pauses between other chores. Household knowledge is transmitted softly through shared chores and through watching, not through formal teaching. A child learns to grind seeds by sitting close to the millstone and matching the rhythm of older hands, absorbing technique in the quiet way of imitation. Turning over stored seed is a lesson in the subtleties of smell and texture, and the recognition of a spoiled kernel is learned in the same low voice that offers correction. This quiet instruction is steady and personal, an unhurried apprenticeship within the everyday. Repair of the house itself becomes a communal event in many places, as neighbors join hands to rebuild a wall or thatch a roof, guided by elders who remember previous repairs. These collective labors are not loud or celebratory, but are calm sequences of passing tools and helping hands, each movement mindful and unhurried. In these gatherings, the household is reinforced not only by new clay and reed, but by the shared knowledge of how to shape the materials that form a home. Such work renews both the dwelling and the network of trust around it. Household boundaries are flexible, and visitors often become temporary members of the home, sharing food and sleep when travel or kinship brings them close. An extra mat is unfurled, and pots are stirred to feed one more mouth without fuss. Guests sleep near the hearth or beneath a starlit courtyard, and their presence is folded into the house's routines until departure. This practice of hospitality keeps social ties warm and ensures that houses are never entirely closed off from the living world. Attention to cleanliness takes many forms, from sweeping hearth ash into small piles to rinsing containers and letting them dry in the sun. Middens at the edge of yards collect compostable remains and mended pots until they can be repurposed, their slow accumulation a visible archive of daily meals. Human waste is sometimes managed in simple pits outside the living areas, carefully located and covered, reflecting a quiet concern for health and smell that is part of the careful stewardship of domestic space. These modest sanitary habits shape the quality of family life. Household diets are shaped by nearby fields and the skills of those who process food within the home, and kitchens slowly become centers where seasonal produce is transformed into lasting stores. Grains are threshed and laid to dry on raised mats, then brought into the house to be ground and baked. Fruits and roots may be dried under eaves or preserved in salted or fermented jars, their flavors mellowing in quiet darkness. The work of a food preparation anchors the household in the cycle of seasons and builds small reserves for leaner times. Children's play occupies certain corners of a house and courtyard, and in their games, they mimic adult activities, turning sticks into tools and clay into tiny vessels. These playful imitations are part of education, a gentle rehearsal of later responsibility, and they fit comfortably among daily chores. Learning becomes a lived practice, watching the rhythm of bread making, copying the motion of spinning, balancing a small basket on a hip. Through play, skill is internalized slowly and without pressure, as natural as a steady breath. Within homes, small altars or dedicated corners sometimes gather remnants of personal ritual and quiet remembrance. Not loud or imposing, but intimate in scale. A small bowl may hold special grain for an occasion, a stone may be kept for luck, and a simple arrangement of colored threads might mark a life event. These private gestures are woven into the house's daily practice, and their presence adds a layer of domestic meaning that deepens familiarity with place. Such small forms of remembrance ease the passage of time in quiet ways. Repair of tools and vessels is often done in the margins of a day, when light is soft and motion is calm, and a worn handle is replaced with patient strokes of a knife. Broken pottery is mended with cord or pitch and returned to use. It seems a visible testament to conservation. Metal tools, when present, are kept sharp and oiled, and their maintenance is folded into the household rhythm so that work is never stalled by blunt edges. This careful tending of tools keeps the household steady and respectful of the objects that support life. Nighttime in the household is a slow, soft close as lamps or small oil pans are tended and bedding is arranged. Mats are straightened, firestones banked to keep warmth, and the sound of quiet conversation tapers into the hush of sleep. The house holds this transition predictably, moving from the active hands of the day into a shared rest, the rooms rearranging themselves by use into sleeping spaces. This nightly lowering of activity is a gentle communal agreement, practiced with the same care that builds and sustains the house. Seasons alter the use of a space inside homes in predictable ways, with summer evenings spent in open courtyards and winter days gathered close around the hearth. Rooms used for sleeping in cold months may be repurposed for craft in warmer months, and stored items are rotated as harvests come and go. The house is thus a living calendar, its arrangement changing like subtle pages turned by familiar fingers, each adjustment reflecting the larger cycle of planting, harvest, and rest. As households become stable, they sometimes display modest markers of identity: a painted motif by the doorway, a particularly shaped pot kept near the hearth, or a woven mat with a family pattern. These signs do not shout ownership, but speak quietly of a household's history and tastes, and they contribute to a sense of belonging that ties people to their house over years. Children learn these marks as they learn how to repair and clean, inheritors of subtle aesthetic choices that travel gently from one generation to the next. Over time, families adjust which tasks are done within the home and which are shared across neighbors, refining a local division of labor that is practical and unforced. Certain households might specialize in repairing tools because of a practiced hand, while others keep better kilns for firing pottery, and a quiet exchange grows where goods and services pass from door to door. This informal specialization is rooted in household habit and skill, and it allows homes to maintain their routines while benefiting from the varying talents of the community. The slow rhythm of adding to and tending the home teaches a quiet discipline of foresight and care. Seasonal repairs are scheduled before rains arrive, and harvest stores are checked and reminded, so that scarcity is met with planning rather than panic. These practices foster a household sense of stewardship, where each member contributes in small, certain ways to maintain continuity. The house becomes an archive of these repeated practices, the traces of which are found in worn thresholds, mended pots, and smoothed hearthstones. Household gatherings, quiet and regular, reinforce social ties and teach younger members the art of living within a shared space. Meals taken together, shared tasks, and the repetition of small rites knit experience into memory, and children absorb the patterns of cooperation as naturally as they learn to fold laundry or tend a small fire. This repeated interweaving of lives around the house's practical needs creates a resilient fabric of social habit, where obligation is tender and mutual aid is expected without fanfare. Finally, the house, in its patient accumulation of everyday acts, becomes a place that holds time gently, a steady companion for the small dramas of life. Rooms collect the echoes of voices and the warmth of long hands at work, and the steady maintenance of place becomes a measure of care as much as survival. In the quiet of repeated gestures, in the slow shaping of walls, and the careful storage of grain, the household finds a rhythm that is at once practical and soothing, guiding the day and the night with a soft, unhurried hand. Slowly, the small groups of houses that had gathered near water and well-tended fields began to press closer together, the spaces between them becoming paths worn smooth by patient feet and the soft wheels of wooden carts. These paths drew lines on the land, gentle corridors that guided movement and breath, and where several of them met, there emerged the first hints of a planned place, a clear open where people could stand together without crowding, where the light fell evenly and voices could be heard beneath the hush of daily tasks. From these beginnings, a simple order spread, not rigid, but careful, as people arranged homes and storage to fit the rhythms of weather and labor. Streets took shape, with thought for shade and sun, for wind and rain, and for the slow passage of animals and children. Some ways ran straight between points of need, offering the shortest step, while others curled with the contour of the land, following a line of trees, a raised bank, a bend in a stream. Each choice felt sensible, a soft logic that eased daily life. At the heart of many places, there opened a space wide and clear, a gentle plaza where light could gather and where small gatherings found room to breathe. These public places were not grand at first, but they were steady, a place for careful conversation, for the weighing of grain, for the setting out of baskets and jars. Here, a low platform or broad stone might mark a meeting point, and here the pulse of the community could be measured by the comings and goings of early morning and late afternoon. Around these open places, people planted trees and placed simple benches of wood and stone, creating shaded pockets where elders could sit and children could pause on their way between chores. The plaza became a slow stage for ordinary life, hosting the exchange of news, the sharing of surplus, and the soft rituals that knit neighbors together. It was a place where announcements were made without hurry, and where disputes were laid down like bundles to be discussed and set aside with quiet care. Near the central open, there often rose larger structures of a different sort, stores for grain and pottery, covered sheds to shelter tools and ropes, and sometimes a simple hall where a few people recorded the goods that came and went. These buildings were practical and calm, built of earth, timber, and brick. Their roofs sloped to carry away rain, their doors placed with thought so that the midday light could fall in helpful angles. They kept what mattered safe, and in doing so, they gave the place a gentle backbone. Water, which had guided the earliest steps of settlement, continued to shape the plan of the growing place, and channels and wells were placed with careful attention as paths and squares were laid out. Simple drains ran along the lowest ways to carry off the winter rains and to keep the central open clear, and small canals reached into the communal grounds so that pots and animals could be tended near the center. Wells were dug with slow hands and lined with stone, and their surroundings became quiet places where people met without fuss to draw cool water. Storage was a persistent concern that left its marks on the layout, and communal granaries were often set close to the central space where they could be tended and shared without long journeys. These silent buildings, with thick walls and narrow vents, held the gathered yield of many hands and the careful labor of the season. Their presence allowed the town to breathe through lean times, and their steady shadow was a reminder that the community looked after its future with small, deliberate acts. From the heart of the place, lanes reached outward like fingers, connecting to fields and to the wider world. And at these edges, gates or simple boundary markers stood to remind those who passed of the change from inside to outside. The turn from plaza to lane to field, had its own gentle rhythm, a movement that eased burdens by shortening journeys and by gathering the varied tasks of a day into manageable sequences. People learned the quiet geography of their home by walking it each day. As these communities matured, modest defensive works sometimes rose at the margins, not always to repel a great enemy, but to mark a margin and to hold rain and soil. Earthen banks, stone revetments, and low walls were constructed with the same patient labor used for homes and stores, and their raised lines created shelter from wind and a sense of place. These embankments could be planted with shrubs to slow water or to offer fruit, and they became part of the living edge of the settlement rather than stark fortifications. Where there was a need for controlled access, gateways were fashioned with care, thick posts supporting beams that marked the threshold between the outside road and the inner ways. These entrances were tended as much for trade and passage as for protection, places where messages were exchanged, and where arrivals could pause to shake the dust from their cloaks. Sometimes a small guardhouse or an elevated watch spot sat nearby, simple and practical, where a few eyes could take in the approach and where a fire might be kept in damp weather. Along the raised earthworks or walls, the community placed watch points with softness, platforms that offered a clear view of surrounding fields and distant hills. And along these lines, people walked in turn. The keeping of the perimeter was a shared duty, a slow passage of footsteps that reminded everyone of the care needed to maintain the lines of stone and soil. In this way, the edge of the town was as much a communal work as a boundary, a joint labor of setting and upkeep that kept the heart of the place calm. Sometimes the open space between strong lines of earth and inner buildings was used for gardens and small orchards, a belt of green that softened the boundary with delicate fruit trees and low hedges. These planted margins buffered wind and dust and gave a soothing sight to those who looked out from the lanes. They also offered a measured return, small yields of herbs, pomegranates, and figs that could be shared without the need to stray far from home. The making of roads and walls and stores depended on materials gathered and shaped by shared skill, and so the location of quarries, clay pits, and timber stocks often guided the arrangement of the settlement. Kilns and workshops might be set on the edge where smoke could rise and disperse, their presence shaping the flow of lanes so that the fragrant work of firing pottery and the steady beat of hammering did not crowd the sleeping houses. The town thus settled into a pattern of quieter and busier quarters, each careful in its place. Within the settled parts, homes took on forms that opened inward as much as outward, with small courtyards that gathered light and air and provided sheltered workspaces for cooking, weaving, and repair. These private spaces fit into the public weave, their gates breathing onto alleys that bent gently toward the central plaza. The house with its hearth and its low shelves became a unit of daily rhythm, a warm practice of meal and mending that fitted comfortably within the town's wider design. Neighborhoods formed around these dwelling shapes, clusters of houses that shared a well or a small paved area, and their residents developed quiet routines for mutual help, fetching water for an elder or watching a child at play while someone carried a basket to the central market. These bonds were not declared with pomp, but learned in the gradual fitting of habits, simple agreements about who would clear a drain or sweep a lane, small duties that kept the whole place moving with steady care. Public buildings for communal use took modest shapes, their rooms wide and open, and their floors swept clean whenever needed, and they served as places for storing common goods, for small councils, and for gatherings where matters of irrigation and distribution could be spoken of in low voices. The interiors were plain and practical, yet they carried an ease born of regular use, a soft authority that was exercised with patience and attention rather than with forceful speech. Religious or ceremonial buildings often stood near the center as quiet faces of the town, simple enclosures where smoke rose from offerings and where the turning of the seasons was marked with gentle acts performed at particular times. These spaces gathered people in a calm way, offering rhythms of ritual that fit the agricultural year, and they provided a slow anchor that linked daily chores to a wider sense of the passing year and of the earth's steady cycles. Alongside the calm of the plazas and halls, there were places of management where people kept track of communal stores and of agreements about water and grazing. In these rooms, simple tokens of transactions and small notes were kept, and a few hands took care of the records with quiet diligence. Those who tended such duties knew the value of accuracy, knowing that careful counts and fair division kept the town peaceful and full of shared trust. Near the center, the wealth that came from the land and from crafts found modest expression in larger houses and in public display of certain objects, but these were never glaring. Stone steps or a deeper shade of tile might signal the dwelling of someone who managed redistribution or who hosted meetings, and people moving through the plaza took these variations in stride, aware of different roles, but bound together by mutual dependency and by the soft rhythm of daily life. Workshops and places of skill often clustered where the needs of water and fuel could be met with ease, and so the town's craft areas tended to lie along lanes that ran toward the river or into the gardens. In these quarters, the calm of production filled the air. Soft taps, the rubbing of textiles, the slow turning of an early lathe, sounds that became part of the town's heartbeat and that mingled with the quieter domestic noises of the adjoining alleys. Light and shadow were shaped by arcades and awnings that sheltered the faces of the houses and the edges of the market, and these covered ways allowed trade and conversation to continue even when sun or rain sought to interrupt. The construction of such features was thoughtful and measured, adding comfort more than grandeur, creating places to pause and set down a bundle without interrupting the overall hush of the settlement. Sanitation and the management of refuse were dealt with in simple measures that kept lanes clear and the central open calm. Designated pits and compost areas were placed with care, downwind of living spaces, and easily tended, and drains were periodically cleared by agreed teams who moved through the town in a measured way. This practice of orderly maintenance became part of the shared sense that each person's work contributed to the ease of many. Markets, when they formed in the open place, were gentle in their bustle, stalls arranged with thought for access and for the turning of customers, and the steady bartering of jars and woven cloth and grain was conducted in tones that did not press or shout. Scales and measured containers were kept plainly to hand, and the act of exchange was practiced as a domestic ritual, calming in its predictability and steadying in its function. The regulation of measures and the keeping of common tools and standards were tasks taken up by a few whose role was to ensure fairness and to maintain trust, and these small responsibilities were fulfilled quietly, with the impartial weighing of a measure and the slow mending of a communal rope. Such acts smoothed relationships and allowed trade to proceed in a tone that matched the rest of daily life, sure, stable, and unhurried. Water management was a thread that pulled through every plan, and systems for allocating irrigation among fields and gardens were worked out with patience. Channels were opened and closed with simple gates, and the timing of flows was organized so that each plot received the moisture it needed. This sharing required schedules and an etiquette of turn-taking, practiced gently so that disputes rarely disturbed the broader calm of the place. Labor for communal works, repairing the wall, dredging a canal, or renewing a bridge, was organized with a sense of fairness and rotation so that burdens were distributed and no single household bore the tasks alone. Teams were formed according to seasons and need, their work punctuated by small breaks and shared refreshments. The labor folded into the larger rhythm of planting, harvest, and tending. Storage and redistribution practices were designed to soften the shocks of lean times, and the community's granaries fed neighbors when fields faltered, handing out measured portions with steady hands. The process of sharing was not theatrical, but quiet and dignified, carried out at the central store, where a few trusted people measured and recorded, ensuring that the town's breath remained even through the year's changes. Seasonal festivals and communal gatherings were woven into the urban plan by virtue of the open plaza and the shade trees, and these events marked moments of release and renewal without overwhelming the ordinary. They were the gentle punctuation marks of the year, times when neighbors met in an easy way to sing, to set out a communal meal, to bless the storage pits, or to mark the turning of the seasons with small, practiced gestures. Green spaces and small gardens threaded through the town, providing cool pockets of scent and rest, and allotments beside houses yielded herbs and tender vegetables for immediate needs. These planted corners were tended with care, often by women and elders who knew just how to coax flavor and life from close soil, and their presence softened the built lines into something more living and patient. Animals were kept with thought to smell and sound, usually near the edges of the settlement or within courtyards where their pens could be tended without disturbing neighbors. Herds grazed gently along the outside margins on appointed days, and their return brought milk and hides that were quietly distributed and used. The presence of livestock was woven into the town's pattern with a clear etiquette that protected sleep and kept routine. Noise in the town was measured and muted by intent, with certain zones made more active by day and quieter spaces reserved for rest. And the entire place moved through cycles of energy and repose. The steady hum of activity in the morning softened toward midday and then faded into the gentle rhythms of the evening, when lanterns were lit and hands moved to finish tasks with a calm thoroughness. Burial grounds were commonly set beyond the living area, placed so that the town's daily life could unfold with uninterrupted quiet, and those places were tended with solemn care and routine observance. Paths to the cemeteries were walked slowly and with respect, and the rites performed there followed measured customs that fit gently into the town's seasonal and social calendars. Roads that led out to other villages and to the broader landscape were maintained by shared effort. Bridges were mended at regular intervals, and causeways were kept clear so that trade and movement could continue without strain. These outward routes were seen as extensions of the town's life, and their upkeep was part of the same patient attention given to inner lanes and public wells. Land division for fields and orchards near the town was laid out with subtle geometry, boundaries marked by stones and hedges, and the mapping of plots was done with care so that each household's needs could be met without friction. These divisions fit into the larger plan of the settlement as a practical extension, a way to balance private endeavor with communal necessity. Architectural details softened the built environment, with low pitches and shaded porches, simple columns that held roofs, and small covered walkways that allowed movement with comfort. The town's facades were plain and functional, yet thoughtful, their surfaces showing the hand of modest craftsmanship and the steady use of local materials, conveying calm through small, deliberate designs. Gates, which marked arrival and passage, became places where news and goods met the town, and their thresholds were treated with courtesy and routine. Travelers paused to adjust to the town's pace, leaving the open road's hurry behind, and the gatekeepers welcomed or noted them with quiet efficiency, offering the town's shade and the steadiness of its rhythms. Decision-making took place in familiar spaces where elders, stewards, and those with particular care for certain tasks met to discuss routes and repairs, allocations and schedules, and such councils were held with a clear expectation of restraint and fairness. The voices in these rooms were measured and the outcomes modest in their demands, aimed at sustaining the ease of the larger household of the town. Children learned the town's layout as they grew, tracing lanes with small feet and learning the locations of wells and stores, of shade and sweep, and their movements through the space were a soft rehearsal of future roles. They watched craftsmen and herders, learned to fetch and to carry, and absorbed the town's quiet rules by being present in the measured scenes of daily life. As dusk approached, the town arranged itself into patterns of light and shadow, lanterns placed at doorways and along paths so that movement could continue with safety and calm. Night watches walked slow circuits, not to alarm, but to tend the communal care of walls and drains, making sure that the town's fabric remained whole through the long hours when most slept. The town was never static. It breathed with seasons and with the small repairs and renewals that kept it whole, and this slow living system was tended by many hands and steady minds. Each lane, each plaza, each wall and gate was part of a whole that moved through time with patient attention, offering its people a place to work and to rest in gentle order, a place whose design protected and provided, whose presence softened the landscape and allowed daily life to proceed with a tranquil certainty. The lane opens into a low, wide space where a steady, patient rhythm gathers, and hands move with the same slow breath as the river that once drew them here, so that each motion seems to continue from the last, and the whole area becomes a single, unfolding gesture of making. Clay lies in soft piles near the water, gray and cool to the touch, and the potters bend, lift, and coax it, as if easing sleep into a child's chest, coaxing spouts and bowls, rounded bellies and thin rims with fingertips that remember the curve before the eye does. Nearby, a wheel turns with a gentle insistence, not hurried, its spin measured by the rhythm of the maker's arms, and the sound blends with the low murmur of conversation and the distant scrape of a metal file, like breath and pulse synchronized. As the wheel carries a lump into a slowly rising vessel, another hand smooths the surface with wet fingers, leaving a faint sheen where thumb and palm have passed, and then a soft knife trims the base in a single calm motion, so the pot will sit true. They use coils and pinches where the wheel does not go, layering the clay with steady patience, and then pressing the joints until the seams are invisible, a quiet craftsmanship that trusts the material to meet the maker halfway. Temper is mixed into the clay, crushed shell, sand, or chaff, small, careful additions that steady the clay's mood when it meets fire, and the 2 or 3 steps of preparation feel like a daily prayer. The same motions repeated until fingers know the right pressure and wrists remember the sway. Vats of slip sit like still ponds, where the surface keeps a faint memory of light, and pots are dipped or brushed in slow circles so that each vessel gathers a pale skin of color, a protective and pleasing finish that catches the first sun in a way that, over years, will seem quietly familiar. Decoration comes in soft breaths, a carved line here, a stamped dot there, patterns that follow the hand in rhythms known to a maker's touch, and the motifs live in the space between finger and clay, passed down by watching and tracing, by copying and then altering by a hair's breadth. Drying racks stand like hedges, sheltering rows of waiting vessels whose dampness ebbs with the warm day. And when the kilns are coaxed to life, the work moves with the measured patience of tending a hearth, building small flames into lasting heat with wood sorted by size and time. Kilns sit a little away from the densest homes, their bellies filled at early light, small stones and broken pots arranged as carefully as sleeping bodies, and the firing itself is slow and watchful, a controlled breath of flame and smoke that lies over the quarter like a soft shawl, coloring the air. Masters watch chimneys for the right tone of smoke, feel the stones through the glowing ribs with cloths wrapped about their hands, and let the heat rest until the vessels within are tempered and quiet, ready for use or trade. Sometimes pots are left plain, humble, and honest, good for cooking and storing grain, and sometimes they receive pigments and burnishings that link household and festival, the ordinary and the ceremonial meeting in a bowl. Not far from the potter's lane, the sound of looms threads through the air with a patient, repetitive clack, and bundles of wool, flax, and plant fibers are arranged to the side like small, soft islands waiting for breath. Spindles hang like litanies in the hands of women and men who spin in measured circles, drawing a long, even thread that is wound into skeins, and the spinning is a quiet journey of muscle and eye that thins a mass of fleece into a single, continuous line. The threads are washed in the running water to loosen oils and dust, then dried, combed, and given twist until they lie obedient and uniform, ready to become cloth that will wrap shoulders, patch roofs, and be traded for other comforts. On the ground looms, the warp is set taut, stretched from beam to beam, and the weaver moves the shuttle back and forth in a slow, regular crossing, watching the line where weft meets warp like a seamstress watching sleep come to an infant. Patterns grow as the shuttle travels, stripes unfolding into bands, blocks of color appearing where threads of dyed yarn alternate with natural fibers, and the beating of the beater compresses the work into a stable fabric with a steady, soothing sound. Wash bowls stand ready for dye, and dye houses sit where water runs free. Vats of plant and earth hues steeping quietly as the makers remember which leaves and roots will yield a red or a blue, and which salts will hold the color. Each mixture a patient chemistry learned through seasons. The dyers tend their pots with measured hands, stirring fibers in gentle arcs so color penetrates evenly, then spreading damp skeins on racks to dry in a slow breeze that takes the steam away like a whispered secret, and the smell of wet wool and herbs hangs warm in the air. Motifs are sometimes added with resist or imprint, simple forms pressed with small carved stamps, or tied in place with threads in a practiced knot to leave pale designs where color will not take. And when the textiles dry, they are brushed and stretched and cut with soft economy into garments, wraps, and straps that will move with the bodies that wear them. The finishing is careful and deliberate, seams sewn with fine, even stitches that close not with haste, but with the same soft persistence that stitched the cloth into being. Metal workers sit beneath simple shelters where smoke can be allowed to rise without smothering the neighboring alleys, and small furnaces are tended like living things, their bellows rhythmically pushed to raise temper and spark until ore softens and runs into a waiting mold. Copper glows with an inner color, and when the hammer touches the cooled metal, it speaks with a clear, short note, each strike shaping an edge, thinning a blade, or drawing a curve with a long, calm intention. Bronze, when it is made, requires a careful mix of copper and tin, a balancing act carried out in clay crucibles that glow as if containing captured suns, and slower cooling yields a toughness appreciated by the hands that will use the tools and the people who will handle them day after day. Casting is done with a quiet rite. A model is formed from clay or wax and then enclosed in a mold that will open to reveal a finished object once the metal has laid its cool skin. And the work is always accompanied by small acts of care, the wiping of a tool, the smoothing of a mold seam, the careful quenching in water that softens and sets the metal in its final mood. Files and abrasives follow, taking away the last roughness, and a final polish will make a vessel or tool reflect the light in a modest way, not meant to dazzle, but to please the eye with a restrained glow. Small bells and pins, needles and blades emerge in these shaded corners, ready for households or trade caravans that will carry them beyond the town's edges. Tool makers keep a steady stock of simple forms, awls, chisels, sickle blades, shapes that repeat because their usefulness is slow and enduring, and they mend as much as they make, because a well-sharpened tool is kept close to hand like a companion. Stoneworkers still sit with flint and harder rock for particular needs, napping with soft, practiced percussion to shape points and scraping tools that are light and true, and these older methods exist alongside copper and bronze, each technique chosen for the work it does best. Bone and antler are shaped for handles and small implements with a patient scraping that leaves a smooth, warm surface to meet the palm, and the joining of materials is handled with simple fastenings, pins, thongs of leather, and wraps that hold pieces together with a quiet confidence. Leather workers set hides out under the sun to dry and then soften them with oils and pounding, cutting the skins with tools that leave clean edges, their hands remembering where to fold and where to stitch so that a bag opens easily and a thong will hold. Basket makers sit with reeds and twigs, their fingers weaving in, under, over, around, creating vessels that breathe, useful for carrying and storing grain, and for winnowing the very seeds that give the town its breath. Reed mats, thatched roofs, and simple brooms come from the same patient attention to plant fibers, each craft a gentle answering to the needs of daily life and the seasons that shape them. Workshops tend to cluster by material and need, forming soft neighborhoods of making, where a potter's kiln finds comfort near the clay, and dyers set up close to moving water, and metal workers keep space downwind so that smoke and sparks do not disturb sleeping rooms. This clustering is practical, but also social, and neighbors come to know the rhythms of one another's days. Offering a cup of water, a strip of cloth, a piece of leather, and the circulation of goods keeps hands busy and the town's quieter economy moving like a steady tide. Paths between workshops are worn smooth by baskets and carts, and small storehouses stand at corners, holding raw materials and finished wares in tidy stacks that wait for the slow business of trade. Some workshops are small and part of household life. A loom in the corner, a pottery wheel near the hearth, one member's craft blending with the domestic. Other spaces grow larger with time, courtyards opening to receive apprentices and customers. And these larger shops become places of teaching, where the rhythm of a particular craft is learned by seeing it repeated and by doing it 1,000 small times. Masters teach not with words alone, but with hands that guide, correcting a posture, adjusting the pressure of a thumb, or showing the subtle difference between a good strike and a wasted blow. And the lessons are taken up by children and newcomers until the gestures become as familiar as walking. Apprentices sit in quiet rows or at the feet of a maker, their eyes following the pattern of a wrist, their fingers practicing on broken or imperfect pieces until the motion feels right, and they are given tasks that grow in trust as the days pass, mixing clay, fueling kilns, keeping bellows, winding yarn, or carrying molds, tasks that teach patience as much as skill. With time, they learn to see in terms of the material, to know the exact moment when a clay body will yield to a finger, when a metal will be ready to strike, when a dye bath has reached the right tone, and the learning is slow, building a craft life as a quiet ladder of small responsibilities and gentle corrections. Seasonal rhythms thread through the workshops because harvest and planting set the town's heartbeat, and in the quieter months, more time is given to fine work, embedding pigments, soldering delicate items, carving intricate molds, while the busier times call for making in bulk, for producing storage jars, simple textiles, and practical tools needed for fieldwork. Work paces stretch and contract, like breath in time with the seasons. During the harvest, more hands are drawn away to the fields, and workshops adapt, simplifying forms or passing work between households so that production continues without strain. The crafts thus fold into the wider cycles of life, each maker aware of the steady calendar that shapes demand and patience. Materials arrive by small, regular movements, bundles of reeds, sacks of crushed stone, bars of ore, bolts of raw fiber, and the logistics of supply are woven into the work itself, with simple storerooms keeping small reserves for the slow days and larger caches built for times when trading caravans will not come for weeks. Journeys to collect materials are steady affairs. The clay pit is revisited in season, the dye plant harvested when leaves and roots hold color, and ore is traded or fetched from nearby hills where rocks glint in the sun. The rhythm of collection and use keeps the workshops alive, and the knowledge of where to find particular qualities of clay or the best veins of ore is passed with a quiet pride. Craftspeople develop small economies within their yards, trading offcuts and broken wares, exchanging a repaired leather strap for a child's toy or a clean woven mat for a pot's handle. And this exchange is slow and social, a way of strengthening bonds as much as balancing needs. Market days draw together a wider circle, and pieces made in the sheltered quiet of the workshop are arrayed on stalls, their shapes catching the eye in a calm, gentle way that invites a touch, a question, a quiet bargaining that always ends with a settled nod. Goods made here are not only for everyday use, but carry marks of identity. Simple stamped symbols, painted bands, sewn tags that say something about the maker or the household and help navigate the subtle economy of trust. Within a single courtyard, one can find a range of associated tasks. For instance, where a wheel sits beside a dye vat because cloth needs vessels and the vessels need cloth wrappings, or where a metalworker's scraps become small weights for a weaver's loom. And these small synergies knit the quarter into a gentle network. Waste is used whenever possible. Broken pots crushed as temper, offcuts of leather braided into straps, and metal filings collected for small repairs, so that nothing goes entirely unused, and the very cycle of making becomes a quietly circular practice of care. This economy of material attention reflects an ethic of fitting effort to need, and the craftspeople move through it with patient economy. Tools themselves are often made in-house, a self-sustaining loop where one craft supports another. A potter will have simple metal tools for trimming that are forged nearby, and a weaver's heddle may be carved by a woodworker whose small plane sits by his bench like a companion. The making of tools is a gentle art, shaping handles comfortable to hold, balancing a blade so it will not tire the arm, and these small joys of fitting object to hand feed into the overall feeling of calm productivity. Even the simplest tool has a long apprenticeship of its own, as it is adjusted and oiled and sometimes mended until it becomes part of the rhythm of work. Attention to light and shelter shapes the workshops, with open courtyards catching the morning sun and shaded alcoves protecting dye vats from the noon glare, and roofs that let smoke escape while keeping rain at bay. Benches are placed at heights suited to the hands that use them, and bins for finished goods are arranged to avoid unnecessary motion. The landscape of the workshop is a study in ease, designed by long experience to let the body move efficiently and softly. Small gardens sometimes grow near the dyers and potters, providing herbs for dye or tempering, and these green spaces ease the eye and give a quiet place to rinse hands between tasks. Decoration and form are part of a quiet language where a recurring motif can mean an origin, a patron, or a preferred maker, and small variations tell stories in a way that does not need loud proclamation. Shallow incised lines, bands of color, and occasional inlaid pieces identify workshops or households with subtlety, and patrons learn to seek the hands they favor because those hands carry a known touch. This gentle branding weaves into social life. A gift bowl brings its maker's touch into another home. A woven strap carries the maker's pattern into a field. And goods travel memory, as well as distance when they move. Repair is as much a part of the craft life as creation, and people bring well-worn tools and cracked pots to be made whole again. And the act of mending is slow and careful, conserving what the house already has. Soldering a seam, patching a vessel with clay and fiber, or replacing a broken tooth in a comb are tasks performed with the same respect as new making. And these repairs prolong objects' usefulness while conserving materials. The rhythm of repair quiets the pageant of novelty and reinforces a steady value system in which things are kept and kept attentive rather than discarded. There is a quiet choreography to the way tasks are divided in a workshop, with each hand given motions that echo and reinforce the work of others. One person prepares the base material, another tends the heat, a third smooths and finishes, and in this way, the collective effort feels seamless, like different fingers of the same hand. Conversation is soft and practical. Instructions given in small, clear sentences that do not disturb the focus of a task, but instead slide into it like an extra thread. The making pace thus becomes a social rhythm, where the individual body is joined to a communal cadence, and the day is counted not by a clock, but by the slow cycle of work. Children move through these spaces like small, curious birds, sometimes resting on low benches to trace a line or learn to wind a spindle. And the transmission of craft knowledge is often domestic and unforced, taught between chores and stories. They learn the feel of a clay body, the exact tension of a warp, the correct puff of a bellows, by watching and then imitating with simple tasks that grow over seasons into real skill. This passing on of practice is quiet and continuous, and the cumulative knowledge of generations accumulates not in books, but in hands, voices, and the patient repetition of small acts. The production of luxury items sits beside the making of everyday things, not in ostentation, but in the same soft diligence. Beads are strung with a care that honors their smallness. Fine filigree is hammered into delicate forms, and rare dyes are saved for special cloths whose colors will speak at moments of ceremony. These objects are made in slower, more exacting sequences, sometimes by specialists who focus on one precise task and who pass their delicate skills down in patient apprenticeships. And yet even these fine things emerge from the same slow, communal workshop ecology that produces the basic jars and mats, sharing space, tools, and care. Storage speaks in its own quiet way, with finished goods stacked on low shelves or hung under eaves, wrapped in woven cloths or nested within one another to save space and protect them from dust and damp. The keeping of goods is methodical. Labels of cord or stamped clay tags sometimes mark where items belong, and inventories are remembered by people who touch the stored things and can tell by feel what waits within. The slow circulation of goods from workshop to household to market and back again is a stream without rapids, always moving, always reassuringly steady. The material traces of a workshop's life, ash from kilns, filings from metalwork, stray threads, are gathered and sometimes turned to use, composting into garden beds, reinforcing clay with organic temper, or melted and made into new shapes. And this practice of careful reuse keeps the quarters tidy and sustainable in a low-key way. Ash can enrich the clay body. Metal scraps are the seeds of future tools. Worn textiles are cut into rags for cleaning, and the loop of making and remaking becomes a quiet cycle of economy and respect. In such small economies, there is no waste, only folded possibilities waiting for another hand. Travelers bring ideas and small techniques, and occasionally a new method softens its way into local practice. But adoption is gentle and slow, tried by a few hands before being taken up by many. And when something new is useful, it spreads by example more than edict. A slightly different tempering method, a new loom attachment, a mold form that saves time, all enter the community by seeing and then testing, and the decision to change is a communal one, made by hands and mouths in slow agreement. This cautious openness keeps the crafts stable while allowing for gradual refinement, a balance between continuity and small, deliberate innovation. Within the workshops, neatness is a valued quality, for a tidy bench mirrors a tidy mind and makes the work proceed without unnecessary hesitation. Tools lie in agreed places. Clear surfaces welcome new materials, and a practiced hand can reach the right implement before thought arrives. This order is not rigid, but comfortable, offering a predictable landscape where the body can move without stopping to search, and such ease is part of what makes the craft life calm and sustainable. Orderly spaces allow the subtlety of technique to blossom without distraction. The making spaces also carry small rituals that soothe and center the hands before work begins. A quick sweep of the courtyard, the arrangement of tools, the tasting of a cool drink, a shared word or a brief touch to check a bellows, and these little acts ease people into the day. They are quiet signals of belonging and readiness, and they stitch together the day's first actions so that the work can unfold with a natural cadence. Over time, the routine itself becomes comforting, a predictable path that invites focus rather than command. Sometimes a single object will pass through many hands before it is finished, each person adding a part of themselves with a gentle, unhurried commitment. The clay shaped, then fired, then painted, then mended, perhaps given a leather handle or textile wrapping, so that the final piece is a collective memory of many small labors. This collaborative making creates objects that are modest and enduring, vessels and tools that carry within them the quiet presence of a community. And to hold such an object is to feel connected to many hands moved in calm agreement. The sense of shared ownership softens the edges between maker and user. Markets and routes beyond the quarter arrive as gentle doors, not demands, and when traders ask for wares, it is with an easy manner, trading salt for pots, tin for cloth, and sometimes an idea for a new form. Long-distance goods are handled with care, their rarity making them valuable, but not dazzling, and craftsmen sometimes adapt foreign motifs into local patterns with a respectful, slow hand. The movement of goods beyond the town's borders is a steady river rather than a torrent, carrying with it small gifts and quiet influences that are absorbed into local practice at a measured pace. Within the social fabric of these workshops, respect is earned by patience and precision rather than loud assertion, and the most trusted makers are those who keep appointments with the kiln and the loom, whose vessels do not crack and whose blades remain true. Reputation grows out of reliability and a gentle generosity, repairing an urgent tool without charge, sharing a dye recipe in a drought year. And such acts create a web of trust that keeps the craft life nourished. The social economy thus mirrors the material one, steady, reciprocal, and sustained by small acts of care. The daily light narrows and widens with the work. Mornings favor clay shaping and the setting of warps. Afternoons suit polishing and dyeing when heat helps drying. Evenings become the time for fine finishing and planning the next day's tasks. And this slow choreography of light and skill makes the workshop's day feel whole. People adjust their pace to the sun, not with urgency, but with a restful attention, letting certain tasks rest until the hour best suited to them, and by doing so, conserve energy as well as care. The cycle of work and rest is soft and integrated. Over the years, specific households become identified with particular crafts, names sewn into the memory of a quarter and spoken with a gentle tone of expectation, and young apprentices come with the quiet intention of belonging to a known practice. Families keep patterns alive, repeating forms and techniques through generations, and small innovations are absorbed like breaths, changing little by little without loss of continuity. In this way, craft traditions carry a living lineage, not rigid, but sensitive, adapting with the slow touch of care. Lighting in workshops is modest. Small oil lamps, a shaft of daylight, a careful lantern for evening repairs, and the limited glow itself shapes careful hands, teaching a focus on what is immediately in front and a pace that does not demand faster motion. This kind of light invites quiet concentration and reduces haste, allowing the maker to attend to details with calm, measured attention that ripples outward into the quality of the finished object. The evening light, soft and steady, becomes part of the craft's gentle atmosphere. Trade and exchange create small networks of reliance, where a potter expects clay in a season and in return supplies vessels for storage, and a weaver anticipates dyed thread from the dyer and brings finished cloth for sale. These exchanges are social contracts in the gentlest sense, built on repeated acts of reliability and small favors that smooth the difficulties of a long year. In quiet seasons, the networks flex without strain because people are used to adjusting, sharing labor, and goods in ways that keep the community's needs balanced and the workshops continuously supplied. In the quieter corners, makers sometimes experiment in a modest way, trying a different temper or a finer thread. And when these experiments succeed, they are shared with a casual pride, small improvements that over time lift the community's work. Experimentation is not a break with the past, but a soft evolution, a willingness to test a slight shift and see if it serves. When it does, it becomes another gentle layer in the craft's accumulated wisdom. This measured approach keeps innovation steady and respectful of the rhythms that sustain ordinary life. Workshops are places where stories are embedded in objects. A child's bowl, marked with a simple line to remember a birthday, a woven strap with a pattern that recalls a home, a small amulet hammered in a corner that carries a quiet wish. The making of such items is not grand, but it is intimate, and the objects become carriers of memory and care, their texture familiar, in the hand like a soft poem. These small stories travel with goods and with people, knitting the tangible and the social into a slow, continuous narrative. As the day moves on, hands begin to slow, motions becoming softer, and the careful tasks of finishing and storing take precedence, putting tools in their places and arranging the next day's clay and thread so that morning will begin with an easy step. The workshops sigh into rest with the same calm that woke them, a gradual dimming rather than a sudden stop, and the quarter takes on an evened out hush where the day's labor rests in prepared piles and neat racks. This tidy close is part of the craft's rhythm, and it settles over the space like a gentle blanket. In the small hours of the next morning, the same routines return, each movement building upon the last, and the continuity of craft life, hand to material, to object to household, unfolds again with the same slow certainty, a cycle both ordinary and sustaining, held together by patient work and quiet care. The makers continue with modest pride in the things they produce, their days flowing one into another like a steady stream, and the workshops remain a calm center where the town's material needs and its gentle skills meet. Along a low ridge where soft dust had been pressed by many steps, small paths braided themselves into lanes that led toward the next village, and travelers learned to follow the quiet marks of travel, the worn stones and the flattened grass, moving at a steady, unhurried pace that kept both beasts and people gentle and calm. They carried woven bundles, clay jars tucked into mats, and slung simple baskets from sticks. And in the slow rhythm of walking, they felt the measured weight of things, the steady pull of a shared purpose that was not urgent but persistent. Morning light found them gathering, loading, checking knots, smoothing lids, and then stepping forward together as if breathing in time with the road itself, each pace a small, careful promise of arrival. As the lanes widened into wider tracks, small waypoints appeared where a handful of merchants or neighbors had stopped long enough to leave a stone marker, a pile of brush, a cairn, a simple sign of direction that others learned to trust, so that journeys became a sequence of familiar pauses. At these pauses, goods were shifted. A jar passed between hands, a loaf broken and shared, and the quiet barter of help for a salted fish or an extra grain bowl took place without hurry. These moments knitted distant places together, teaching travelers the careful art of relying on others and of leaving behind what might be needed by someone else. So, paths were never quite empty, but always held traces of past generosity. Close to rivers, the paths broadened into gentle slopes that led down to the water, and small landing places collected reeds, baskets, and boats, their hulls curved like resting animals, waiting to be eased into the current. Fisher folk and boatmen would ease their craft out with methodical hands, and in the hush before the river carried them onward, there was a deliberate, slow exchange of news and goods, a handing over of sacks of grain for a bundle of dried fish, a careful weighing of salt in a palm, the soft clink of pottery balanced on a deck. Rivers moved at their own slow rhythm, and those who traveled them learned to time their departures with the seasons, with the rise and fall of water, and with the patient shifting needs of distant fields. Where rivers met broad deltas, small ports grew like gentle gatherings, with low quays of packed earth and wooden platforms, and people came to these places with the unforced regularity of tides, unloading grain and reeds and finished cloth, and loading in returned bitumen, shells, and pieces of metal. The exchange here was as much about movement as it was about objects. Empty baskets went back inland, full jars were carried away, and the place itself became a soft hub, a center of quiet circulation where goods rested and were then sent on their way, touched by many hands and many small conversations that smoothed the edges of trade. On higher roads that crossed dry plains, the caravans moved in patient ranks, the slow sway of pack animals setting a tranquil pace, each step a measured beat that kept people and beasts in calm accord. Guides watched the sky and the land, chose the gentlest slopes, and led the long lines between watering places where the animals drank and rested, and where the men and women tended to simple repairs, mending straps and rebinding bundles with practiced fingers. The caravan itself became a moving village, with stories and songs that softened the long hours, and the shared labor of handling loads and negotiating tolls and safe passage wove the traders into the pattern of the journey, each caravan a living line of exchange. Along these routes, small stations were kept, simple shelters of reed and mud or rough timber, places where travelers stopped for a night, for a cup of broth, or to trade a small item for a needed tool. These way stations traded calm hospitality for news of markets, and they supplied water and a bit of rest, and they often kept modest stashes of common goods to ease urgent needs, so that travelers did not need to carry everything from the start. People who managed these stations learned the quiet art of timing, of preparing just enough for those who would pass, and of keeping track of who owed what in ways that were patient and informal, held gently in memory or in a small ledger kept under a loose stone. Markets in towns grew from the steady arrival of these travelers, laid out in the cool hours of morning on trimmed earth or under simple awnings that cast soft shade, where merchants arranged their wares with calm precision, bowls of grain measuring against length of cloth, bundles of reeds set beside polished beads. The market had its slow pulse. When the sun rose higher, and people came from nearby fields and workshops, carrying fresh bread or a coil of rope, and neighbors met to exchange not only goods, but small pieces of each other's days. Haggling here was rarely harsh. It was a quiet negotiation of value, where hands touched clay and linen and metal with the respectful care of those who understood the effort behind every item. Beyond the marketplaces, lanes funneled into broader paths that linked towns to each other, and the movement of goods shaped the land with soft persistence, tracks deepening into packed ways where wheels turned evenly, and the ground remembered the passage of carts and animals. Wheelwrights and cart makers found steady work in these places, fashioning axles and rims with patient strokes, and the repair of a wheel at a roadside workshop became a brief communal event, neighbors offering a hand, a bowl of stew, and a quiet conversation as splinters were smoothed and iron bands hammered back into place. When a few towns lay in a line, people began to coordinate voyages and caravans, arranging to move larger quantities at times when roads were kinder and rivers fuller. And this gentle planning made it possible for larger items, like copper ingots or bundles of woven cloth, to be moved with care. The logistics were modest but steady. Goods were measured, packed, and sometimes repacked to balance loads. Animals were rested on schedule, and small groups took turns leading to share the burden. Each decision was made with the calm knowledge of what the land would allow, and the steady limitations of storage and transport shaped how and when things moved. Certain goods tended to travel farther than others, not because they were the most important, but because they were light and valuable for their size, or because they could not be produced everywhere. Shells and beads, certain fine textiles, metal bits, and fragrant resins moved along long chains, carried in stages from hand to hand. Grain and clay and heavy stone mostly stayed near their sources, supplying nearby towns and feeding the steady local exchanges. The pattern of movement was thus a soft gradation from local to distant, with small houses and workshops supplying daily needs, and more exotic items filtering in slowly from far lands, arriving like rare breaths of a different air. Rivers carried a special kind of quiet commerce, with barges and dugouts easing along slow currents, their cargoes balanced and covered with mats to protect them from sun. Boatmen learned the sound of the water, where eddies hid, where sandbars rose, and they navigated with patient skill, stopping at reed-fringed banks to load and unload, while a steady barter of grain for cloth or pottery took place on the soft shore. The river itself became a kind friend, a steady conveyor that allowed larger, heavier loads to move more easily than any path could allow, and it linked fields to towns and towns to distant deltas in a continuous waterborne conversation. Along coast, small coastal traders used boats to follow the shoreline, trading fish for pottery and salt, and carrying timber and small supplies between sheltered coves where the sea touched the land like a slow hand. These coastal routes were sheltered, moving from harbor to harbor, each landing a modest interaction where sailors and villagers shared food and stories, swapped fish for simple tools, and helped mend a net. The rhythm here matched the weather and the seasons, with sails unfurled on calm days and voices quiet in the hush before a seasonal change. And the movement of goods followed this measured pace. Mountain passes presented their own soft challenges, and pack animals adapted to steep trails became essential carriers for items that could not be obtained on the lower plains, like highland wool or timber and certain minerals. Guides, who knew every hairline trail in spring, led small groups up and down with steady hands, choosing rest places where sparse grass grew and where springs gurgled, and offering food and shelter in simple huts. These high routes were often slow and careful, and the goods that traveled them moved because people patiently shared the cost of the difficult travel, bundling their supplies and aligning departures to coincide with the gentleness of mountain weather. Seasonal fairs grew where routes crossed, or where resources were abundant at particular times, and these gatherings were soft centers of renewed exchange, timed to the harvest or to the quiet months when travel was easier. People brought surplus to swap, and craftsmen displayed new pots, cloths, and tools, while traders from further off arrived with small rarities and news. The fair itself unfolded with a measured cadence, setting up in the cool hours, exchanging through the mid-morning, sharing meals at midday, and winding down as the light softened, leaving behind new connections and small debts to be settled later along the lanes and rivers. As networks of exchange expanded, people learned the gentle practices of packaging and protection that helped goods survive long journeys. Clay jars were sealed with bitumen or wrapped in woven mats. Bundles were bound tightly with cords, and fragile pottery was cushioned with straw. These practices were modest and careful, aimed at preserving value without adding unnecessary weight. and they reflected a practical tenderness, a patience that acknowledged the many hands that would touch an object before it reached its final home. Counting and measuring became quiet rituals woven into every exchange, with simple scales and measured lengths of cloth or rope used to mark value and weight, and the rhythms of measurement brought a calm order to transactions. Grain was poured into baskets of known capacity. Cloth was cut by a standard marked on a wooden rod, and metal was judged by heft and length, all done with a slow, steady care that left little room for sudden surprises, and that eased the trust between traders and buyers. Small forms of credit and trust operated gently along these routes, with neighbors and regular partners allowing deferred exchanges, a small grain sack to be collected after harvest, a repaired tool to be repaid in labor, an extra loaf returned when the next caravan came through. This trust was not recorded with formal instruments in most places, but was kept in memory, in shared meals, and in the habit of returning favors, and it smoothed the need for carrying every necessity at all times, allowing fragile networks to flow with a soft continuity. Along the major lines, transporters sometimes specialized in certain segments, creating a flow where a boat would carry goods to a riverside town, handing them to a caravan that would take them onward across plains, and then perhaps to a small coastal trader who would carry them to an island. Each handoff was a quiet choreography, marked by careful counting and the passing of responsibility like a soft baton. And these staged movements made long journeys manageable, as each group bore only a portion of the whole path. The movement of ideas rode alongside the movement of commodities, with craftsmen and farmers exchanging recipes for glazes, measures for drying cloth, and tips on preserving grain in rainier seasons. And these shared practices traveled as gently as pots and threads, adapting to new climates and hands along the way. A potter might learn a new firing technique from a traveling neighbor. A weaver might try a different weaving pattern picked up from a coastal trader. And these small changes circulated slowly and peacefully, enriching local skills without uprooting established ways. Logistical roles took shape naturally as the need for coordination grew, and some people became known for their skill in packing, in scheduling departures, or in finding the calmest routes. These logisticians worked quietly, balancing loads so animals would not tire, timing departures to avoid the midday heat, and liaising with way stations to ensure rest and fresh water. Their work was not celebrated loudly, but it was deeply respected, for it kept the slow commerce of the wider world moving steadily and without strain. Weights and standards, where they existed, provided a soft consistency across distances, with simple agreed measures easing trade and reducing the need for repeated bargaining. A town might adopt a standard basket size, a cloth length, or a weight for grain that neighboring places recognized. And this shared understanding allowed goods to be exchanged across regions with calm predictability, helping both buyers and sellers to trust in the fairness of trade. Hazards were few in these steady patterns, and when storms or banditry threatened, communities responded with quiet cooperation, diverting routes, sharing shelter, or sending small groups to escort caravans through less secure stretches. These responses were not dramatic, but practical, a measured application of mutual aid that protected goods and people, and that reinforced the social bonds that underpinned exchange. The knowledge that others would step forward in times of need made travel less burdensome and trade more reliable. As exchanges became more regular, small depots emerged where goods were stored in modest quantities, and these storerooms were tended by caretakers who checked seals, repaired containers, and balanced small inventories. These places were simple and understated, cool and dim, with stacked jars and baskets and the smell of dried grains. And they served as quiet hubs where merchants could leave or collect goods, smoothing the timing of journeys and allowing more efficient movement without the need to carry everything at once. Communication across distances also developed in gentle forms, with messengers carrying brief notes or verbal lists that passed on information about prices, availability, or the timing of caravans. These messages moved with the same unhurried calm as goods, often riding alongside other travelers or entrusted to a reliable guide, and their content shaped decisions at the market, enabling merchants to plan shipments and for farmers to prepare for demand. Certain goods became emblematic of their regions, like a particular mud brick that baked well for ovens, a soft flax from a coastal plain that wove into especially fine linen, or a distinct clay that produced a favored pottery color. These regional specialties traveled outward slowly, carried by traders who knew their value, and they supplied neighboring regions with items that could not be produced locally, creating a gentle interdependence that steadied relationships between places. Trade also fostered modest innovations in packaging and transport, such as bundles shaped to be carried on a pack animal's back more evenly, or sledges for moving heavy stones in winter over frozen ground. These pragmatic adaptations arose from careful observation and shared experiences, and once adopted, they spread gradually along the routes, making each subsequent journey a bit smoother, a little less demanding on bodies and animals alike. The social life of trade was quiet and steady, with hospitality playing a consistent role in fostering links. Hosts offered bread and a place to rest, and in return received goods, news, and the assurance that their paths would be tended by others in the future. These mutual courtesies were small but essential, a backbone of goodwill that ensured the ongoing movement of goods in a way that felt safe and respectful to all who took part. Seasonal rhythms governed much of this movement, with harvest and planting times shaping the flow of grain and seed, and dry seasons influencing when long desert crossings were attempted. Traders adjusted their schedules to these cycles, timing departures so that goods arrived when markets most needed them, and so that animals traveled in cooler periods. This alignment with natural rhythms kept commerce sustainable and integrated it gently into the broader pattern of life across fields and towns. Longer journeys often meant a series of small transitions in the types of people involved, from local farmers to caravan leaders to sailors, and each transition was marked by a soft handover of responsibility. These handovers required trust and clear accounting, and they were often accompanied by simple rituals of exchange, a counted coin, a sealed sack, a recommended route passed on, all of which eased the passage of goods across diverse terrains and through varied social contexts. Small tokens and standardized marks sometimes traveled with goods to indicate origin or ownership. Subtle emblems pressed into clay or carved into a crate helping buyers and sellers identify where something came from with a quiet assurance. These marks were unobtrusive but effective, providing a gentle trace of provenance that helped maintain channels of trust and reputation across the slow networks. Over time, routes themselves acquired memory, with families and groups becoming associated with particular stretches of road, river, or sea, passing knowledge of safe camps, reliable fords, and kind hosts from one generation to the next. This living memory created continuity so that a young trader could rely on the guidance of elders who had walked the ground before, and the gentle passing of such knowledge ensured that journeys remained measured and predictable. In places where multiple artisan groups met, exchange stimulated the gradual sharing of techniques, and workshops observed how others set up looms or kilns, borrowing small improvements that fit their own practices. Cross-pollination happened slowly. A new dye recipe might be tried. A small adjustment to a potter's wheel might be adapted, and these tiny changes, carried along trade routes, spread into broader traditions without disrupting the steady life of work in village and town. Sometimes goods were moved not for sale, but as gifts, offerings of gratitude between leaders or families. And these exchanges followed careful etiquette, the recipient acknowledging the gesture with equal modesty. Such gifts helped maintain alliances and softened the edges of distance, binding distant households through quiet reciprocity and the patient exchange of valued items. The care of animals used in transport became a practical focus, with herders and drivers learning feeding routines, rest schedules, and simple remedies to keep them strong and willing. A well-cared pack animal meant fewer delays, and the routines of watering, shoeing, and rest became part of the logistics, practiced with the same gentle attentiveness applied to packing and timing, and passed along by those who traveled most often. Simple contracts and promises sometimes accompanied larger shipments, agreed upon with measured words and witnessed by neighbors, and their terms were practical: a delivery date, a weight, an agreed exchange. These small agreements were not legal spectacles, but quiet assurances, and the reputations of traders depended on their fidelity to such promises, making honor and calm reliability currency in their own right. Routes gave rise to modest infrastructure, low bridges of stone or timber, shallow quays, and packed earth roads that smoothed travel, and their construction and maintenance were communal efforts, guided by practical need. Villages repaired ruts and cleared obstructions, and towns organized simple watchmen to guide night travel. All acts carried out with steady workmanship and a shared sense of responsibility for the gentle flow of commerce. Trade fostered a measured specialization of roles beyond transport itself. Some people devoted themselves to matchmaking buyers and sellers, others to storing and grading grain, and some to crafting containers that best preserved goods in particular climates. These roles were built slowly, refined through experience, and respected for their quiet expertise, creating a soft ecosystem of skills that supported the larger web of exchange. As goods spread along the networks, local economies found ways to balance incoming items with locally produced ones, so that the exchange felt reciprocal and sustaining rather than extractive. A coastal town might send salt inland in exchange for grain. A mountain hamlet might trade wool for pottery, and the rhythm of giving and receiving settled into a comfortable predictability that eased social relations along the routes and reinforced mutual dependence. Knowledge of distant places accumulated in small fragments, with traders carrying stories of distant rivers and harbors, of different techniques for preserving fish, or of a preferred clay found beyond a ridge. And these observations were shared quietly at markets and way stations. They created a gentle map of possibilities, guiding future exchanges and encouraging careful experiments in adopting useful items or practices from afar, always with the mindful pace of those who valued continuity over sudden change. The scale of movement remained modest in many regions, a steady trickle rather than a flood, and this allowed communities to absorb new things slowly, testing them, adapting them, and deciding which to embrace and which to leave as curiosities. The slow flow protected local rhythms from being overwhelmed and allowed craft traditions and agricultural patterns to continue with gradual enrichment rather than abrupt upheaval. Hosts along the routes practiced a kind of domestic diplomacy, offering meals and shelter as a form of social currency that encouraged travelers to return and to recommend the route to others. And this hospitality linked disparate places through a chain of kind gestures. These practices required little formality, being instead woven into the daily responsibilities of households that understood the benefit of keeping roads safe and appetites fed for a flow of modest commerce. Small tolls and contributions sometimes supported the upkeep of roads, bridges, and quays, collected with a gentle hand and used to pay for repairs and for a modest cache of supplies for emergency use. These contributions were not heavy impositions, but shared duties, recognized as necessary to keep the soft circulation of goods moving without interruption. And they reflected a communal investment in the networks that sustained local life. In quiet corners, itinerant traders and seasonal workers formed temporary alliances, pooling resources to move a heavier load or to buy goods in bulk at a fair, sharing both risk and reward. This pooling was practical and pragmatic, a patient collaboration that allowed smaller producers to reach further markets without bearing the entire burden alone, and it strengthened ties between families and villages along the routes. Finally, the continuing flow of goods kept alive a gentle curiosity about the world beyond each village, an awareness that a particular fabric or metal had come from somewhere else, and that distant hands had touched it. This sense of connection was not loud or urgent, but a soft companion to everyday life, a reminder that even in quiet routines, there existed a slow, patient network of exchange that linked fields, rivers, coasts, and towns into a continuous, unhurried tapestry of movement and mutual care. A cool table sat quietly beneath the low light of an inner room, its surface smoothed by hands that had come to count and measure as naturally as breath. Soft lumps of clay waited on that table like small moons, pressed and rolled with patient fingers until each token fit its purpose. The tokens were small and simple, but they held quiet meanings: a bead for a measure of grain, a cone for a jar of oil, a disc for a head of cattle, imagined in tidy rows. Each token came to rest in a shallow bowl, and as they settled, they made a map of things kept safe in the mind and on the tongue. From the bowls, the tokens moved into the palms of those who would wrap them together, a string drawing each small shape into a gentle braid of commerce. When promises crossed from thought to agreement, the tokens sometimes found their way into hollow clay envelopes, each one sealed with a thumbprint or a pressed design, so the arrangement inside could travel without change. The sealed envelopes, called bulle, felt warm and private, and the sealing left a small history on the soft surface like a fingerprint of agreement, naming the hands and places that had shaped the transaction. The impression of a seal was a slow, deliberate signature made by a carved stone or a bit of carved bone turned like a small cylinder in a measured movement. Each roll left an unbroken scene in low relief, a simple animal, a plant, a repeated pattern, or a tiny emblem known in silence by those who needed to know. These images kept time and identity, and when pressed into clay, they kept what the tokens held inside. The image told where a thing had come from, and the tokens in clay told what had been promised or stored. Sometimes the clay was left unbroken, and sometimes it was flattened and smoothed into a small tablet so the marks could be added directly upon the surface. A stylus moved slowly across damp clay, a thin triangle incising wedges and lines that would, with practice, become meaning. The marks were deliberate and careful, each angle set by the pressure of hand and the rhythm of counting. A row of wedges noted a number of measures, a small mark beside a commodity named what had been recorded, and the tablet held that account like a gentle, obedient memory. Those who made these marks learned to shape the world into signs. In quiet rooms, where morning light came in under the eaves, young hands practiced the wedge again and again on tablet after tablet. Scribal training was a patient craft of copying and learning, of tracing signs until they settled into the muscle memory of the hand. Repetition was calm and precise. A student carved the same sign, breathed, and moved on to the next until the sequence of marks became the slow music of a practiced trade. Scribes sat with their tools like gardeners tending a measured plot, and their tools were simple and kind. Reeds sharpened to styluses lay beside small knives for trimming, and a soft sponge or cloth waited to smooth the clay when an error was to be hidden. Ink and brush were possible alternatives where softer surfaces were used, but the common comfort was clay, a material that could be shaped and hardened and handled across seasons without fraying. Clay tablets warmed in the hands and cooled again, carrying their information with a steadfastness that invited trust. In quieter stores, rows of tablets were stacked like small stones in a riverbed, each one labeled and placed with calm deliberation. The tablets were grouped by purpose, sometimes with many of the same day or season gathered in one place, and the stacks spoke of cycles, harvests counted and distributed, labor recorded and allotted, rations set out for the next turn of the year. The arrangement of these tablets was itself a kind of order, a spatial calendar where a finger could pass along and read the sequence of what had been done and what would follow. When the day demanded verification, a pair of hands would open a sealed envelope and push out the tokens to compare, or a clerk would take down a tablet and read its wedges aloud with a voice that matched the steadiness of the marks. The reading of accounts was a calm ritual, a small public act that turned private agreement into communal knowledge. Names and numbers were spoken in a measured cadence, so the community could accept the record as real. And with that acceptance, the material world of grain and labor became aligned with spoken promise. Along pathways where goods moved from house to house, there were simple receipts pressed into clay and left as promises for later exchange. A trader might carry small tablets wrapped in cloth, their edges worn by walking and weather, each one a soft contract for a portion of wheat or a length of woven cloth. These written notes traveled like seeds, reliable in their shape and ready to root when planted at their destination, providing a slow but steady scaffold for relationships that stretched beyond a single field or season. Some seals were private and small, others were worn as rings upon the hand, each one carrying a familiar design. The owner placed the ring upon the clay and pressed, leaving an impression that could not be mistaken without a second eye. This simple trust in an impression worked like the hand of an old neighbor, recognizable and unhurried. The seal told not only who had made the mark, but who had been given the authority to speak for a house, a storehouse, or a caravan. Knitting personal identity into the pattern of exchange, there were also communal lists, long rows of names and goods aligned like reeds in a bundle. These lists recorded who owed what, who had performed a task, who had been given bread at season's turning. The lists were balanced against other lists, a quiet mathematics of life where entries were added in soft strokes and subtracted with equal calm. Balances were checked, errors corrected by smoothing the clay and remarking, and each correction left a palimpsest of attention, a layered trace of care rather than haste. Day after day, the slow work of accounting created a fabric of memory for the settlement. The accounts were practical stories: who had sown, who had reaped, what had been stored, and what had been shared. These records moved with the seasons, swelling at harvest and thinning during lean months. And the records helped to distribute not only goods but also the labor of making them. The numbers guided the rhythm of the community, and in quiet ways, the signs on clay shaped what hands would do in the fields and workshops. There were times when claims needed witnesses, and seals were pressed not only by a single hand, but by several pressed in sequence, like a small chorus agreeing to a single tune. Witness seals made a chain of recognition, a social thread that tied households together in the act of record keeping. The chain of impressions was a gentle safety net. Should a disagreement arise, the impressions could be compared, and the pattern of seals would speak for the memory of what had been promised and received. Beyond the sealed clay and the tokens, some records took on a more public permanence. Stone stelae and baked tablets were used when an agreement or decree was meant to last, placed in open places where many could pass and read. The larger inscriptions were carved with a slow hand, each name and measure set into a durable surface that could weather years. Such public records marked agreements of scale, and their presence in a shared place turned private bookkeeping into communal narrative. When goods crossed greater distances, so did their records. A trader leaving at dawn would carry a tablet that described what had been traded, who had provided it, and what was expected in return. That tablet rode on the trusted back of another person's word and on the steady hand of the scribe who had written it. Along river routes and over dusty roads, these small tablets functioned like passports for goods, each one a quiet promise of continuity that eased the exchange between places not always accustomed to one another. The system of weights and measures lived close beside the tablets, and measuring vessels and weights were themselves kept with great care. A set of calibrated bowls and stone weights lay on shelves, occasionally brought out to confirm a quantity against a written note. These measures helped the community trust the numbers across distance and time, and their presence tightened the weave of accounts so that what was recorded matched what was felt and seen in the hands. Record custodians tended these holdings like keepers of hearth fires, knowing where each stack of tablets belonged and who could lift them. Their movement through the archive was quiet and precise. They slid tablets into place, wrapped sealed envelopes, and kept lists of lists so that the memory of the place would not slip. These custodians understood the ordering of knowledge, and their role was gentle and steady, a responsibility carried with a slow and careful breath. Sometimes disputes required more formal words, and then a document would be prepared that spelled out obligations in greater detail. Contracts were written with attention to title and measure, and witnesses were recorded, their seals pressed in sequence like the closing of a door. These contracts endured because the signatures and the witnesses made them part of the community's memory, and the careful writing on a tablet made the obligation less likely to fade like an unspoken promise. Scribes themselves occupied a quiet place of respect, having trained in the art of turning things into signs and signs back into things. Their knowledge was both practical and intimate. They knew the names of measures, the forms for receipts, the layout of lists, and the rhythms of the accounting year. Some scribes worked in temple rooms where offerings were recorded, others in stores and workshops, counting the clay and metal that shaped daily life. Their voices were used to make private knowledge a public resource. In the slow rhythm of training, apprentices learned first by copying simple signs and then by replicating whole lists until memory and hand moved as one. They were corrected with a gentle touch when wedges slanted too far, and they were praised for the steadiness of a straight line. The learning process itself encouraged patience, the kind of patience that shaped recorded thought as a craft. Once their hands were steady, they could carry a record from a field to a storeroom and back again, making the movements of the environment legible. A scribe's hand could read an account aloud so that many could hear, and this reading wove the record into the sense of the group. Hearing the numbers named linked the quiet marks on clay to real grain and labor and allowed the community to accept the tally. Sometimes the reading occurred before a closed door, sometimes in a more public place, and always it was performed with a slow reverence that acknowledged the living things behind the numbers. As records grew in number, so did the need for order in the archives themselves. Shelves were carved from local wood, niches made in cool walls, and boxes were labeled with small impressions to indicate their contents. The spatial arrangement of records was another layer of memory, a map that let a finger find the tablet that told of last year's harvest or the seal that marked the delivery of timber. This spatial order permitted the swift retrieval of what might otherwise be lost among seasons of work. Mail and messages were recorded as well, and clay envelopes sometimes held small notes with instructions for the next stage of a journey. A messenger carrying a sealed tablet walked with the assurance that the record within would be trusted, and the seal at his belt functioned like a careful shadow, confirming the identity of the sender. The trust in those small objects allowed words and goods to leap across distance with a quiet continuity that eased daily movement. In places where many workshops clustered, each craft maintained its own simple ledgers, noting the flow of raw material and finished goods. Potters, weavers, and metalworkers each used records that matched their particular measures, and the forms of their ledgers reflected the rhythms of making. The potter's lists recorded the number of wares fired and sold. The weaver's lists counted lengths of cloth by unit and quality, and the metalworker's notes marked the weight of ingots and the cost of labor. Each ledger was a close companion to its practice. Seal impressions served not only to identify, but also to authenticate goods as they moved from place to place. A sealed basket arriving at a market could be opened and its contents compared with the tablet that accompanied it, and the impression on the clay would confirm the source. This practice reduced disputes and allowed trust to extend beyond immediate neighbors. The image of a seal became a small emblem of accountability, and over time, certain designs were recognized across broad stretches of movement. Records also measured gifts and obligations given to larger institutions, such as shared houses of food or communal works. The distribution of rations, the assignment of tasks, and the recording of days worked were all written down so the group could carry a fair memory forward. Those entries served a practical justice, aligning what people received with what they had given or promised. And in doing so, they shaped the fairness of daily life in soft, consistent lines. Some account books recorded the names of workers and their days of service in calm rows, each entry a quiet acknowledgement of contribution. These lists were used to allocate rations at proper times and to ensure that labor was rewarded according to the rules the community had set. The writing itself made the arrangement visible and less likely to be forgotten, and it helped coordinate the movement of many hands across shared tasks as easily as fingers moving in a practiced loom. Ceremonial gifts and offerings also found a place in the records, the lists noting what had been given and by whom, maintaining a ledger of social reciprocity as well as material exchange. These entries did not stand apart from the practical lists, but were woven into the same system of memory. The practice of recording such gifts made them part of the community's ongoing conversation about balance and return, and the tablets acted as patient witnesses to the quiet duties of hospitality and respect. Seal makers lived in their own quiet corners, carving into soft stones and bones with steady motions, testing impressions until the pattern rolled true. Their craft required a steady eye and a patient hand, and their creations would be pressed into the clay of many households. The seal maker's tools were small and neat, and when a seal was finished, it carried the calm of the maker's attention, ready to be used in agreements that would unfold slowly, like the paths of birds. The practice of copying records assured their survival. Important tablets were duplicated and sent to separate stores, so that no single accident could erase the memory of an agreement. This gentle redundancy built resilience into the record-keeping system, making the memory of stores and debts less fragile. Duplicate tablets were common in larger settlements, and their existence allowed disputes to be settled by comparison and by the calm authority of repetition. In moments of audit, a small team might gather to compare measures, utensils, and tablets, moving methodically through storerooms and lists, matching the physical against the written. The audit was not a spectacle, but a careful checking, a mutual act of reassurance. Hands moved with measured care, scales were balanced, and the records were consulted, confirming that the memory on the clay corresponded to the reality in the jars and bins. Through this practice, trust was renewed. When writing spread into more expressive forms, the signs could be used for names and short messages beyond numbers, and the same stylus that traced counts could also mark a personal name or a short note about a shipment. These small notations added color to the accounts, allowing records to carry context alongside quantity. The addition of names and short descriptions made the tablets more readable to those who would later consult them, smoothing the passage from mark to meaning. The archive staff moved like a gentle tide through their rooms, taking care to note when a tablet was loaned or when a seal was entrusted to another. They kept lists of who held what, and these meta-lists became another layer of memory, chronicling the movement of the records themselves. This attention to custody preserved trust and allowed the community to function without panic, because the threads of responsibility were documented and available to be checked with a soft, practiced hand. Letters and long-distance messages sometimes required seals that bore the emblem of a particular house or official, and those marks were recognized far from home. A seal pressed into clay acted as a quiet guarantee that the goods and words accompanying it were sanctioned by the issuer. Such recognition allowed merchants and officials to trust items that came from afar, knitting remote places into a field of mutual acknowledgement recorded by small, deliberate impressions. Some tablets recorded laws and rules in simple language, noting obligations and the agreed consequences for certain actions. These were still calm lists rather than harsh decrees, and their purpose was to make expectations clear so that daily life could proceed without confusion. The inscriptions served as a shared frame for conduct, and the act of writing them down made them slower to disappear, anchoring the social practices they described. Paper-like materials, such as reed mats or bark in places where they were used, required different hands and inks, and so the practice of record-keeping adjusted. Brushes and inks invited a softer, flowing mark, and those materials were used for different kinds of notes and letters. Yet the same spirit of care persisted, whether incised into clay or painted on a leaf. The act of recording was a deliberate making of memory, turning a lived moment into something that could be held and consulted. Archives sometimes kept calendars and lists aligned to the seasons, noting when taxes or labor obligations would fall, and these calendrical records tied the accounting work to the rhythms of planting and harvest. The lists guided planning, telling when grain would be taken into store and when workers would be expected to give time to communal projects. By aligning accounts with seasons, the records helped the community move in step with the natural cycles that govern their lives. Guardians of the records sometimes used small signs to signal the importance of a tablet, a notch, or a mark on the shelf that indicated urgency or a later need. These simple cues allowed the archives to be responsive without haste, and they created a soft priority system that guided retrieval. The shelf became an ordered space of attention, where a hand could find the tablet that required action and return it when the work had been completed. When agreements involved exchanges across communities, copies of the records could rest in both places, binding each side to the same written memory. Sharing an account in this way created a mutual reference that reduced the likelihood of disagreement, and the copying of records between places built long, quiet lines of trust. The practice smoothed interaction between distant households and allowed treasures and debts to cross boundaries with a steadiness that encouraged continued exchange. The role of the scribe could also be civic, and some wrote lists for public works and shared projects, noting materials and labor for roads, canals, and storehouses. These public lists were practical guides, and their careful writing helped coordinate many hands and minds toward common tasks. The tablets made collective labor legible and manageable, and their quiet detail allowed large efforts to be broken down into small, achievable steps. In moments of transition, when a new leader or official took charge, records offered continuity. The written memory provided a soft bridge from one hand to another, allowing duties and expectations to pass without abruptness. The new custodian could consult the tablets and find the history of distribution, the balances owed, and the seals that had authorized past actions. Records served as a slow, patient handover, smoothing change with the calm authority of documented steps. Even small households kept simple marks on pottery sherds to remember debts or deliveries, and these humble fragments functioned like personal notes. A shard with a few wedges might be tucked into a corner as a reminder for a neighbor or as evidence of a small loan. Such practices show how deeply the habit of recording had settled into daily life, becoming a gentle companion to ordinary actions and exchanges. In the slow movement of seasons and years, the accumulated records became a kind of collective memory, telling the story of how grain had moved, how labor had been given, and how agreements had been kept. They did not shout their importance, but rather sat in quiet rooms and storerooms, ready to be consulted when memory needed support. The records were steady friends of the community, patient and precise, and their presence allowed people to move through time with less fear of forgetting. Training a new recorder required more than making signs. It required teaching the calm ethics of custody and the patient discipline of repetition. Teachers corrected mistakes, not with sharpness, but with steady guidance, showing how a misaligned wedge could change meaning and how careful hands preserved communal trust. The learning reinforced the value of recorded memory and the responsibility that came with holding it, and through this practice, the craft passed from one generation to the next. Records sometimes recorded promises of labor to be performed in the fields or in service to shared projects, and these entries helped coordinate who would be where and when. Keeping such lists allowed households to plan their own tasks and contributions, smoothing the allocation of work across the season. The tablet's cool surface thus held not only counts of grain, but also the careful mapping of hands against time, helping the community move in quiet harmony. In larger centers, teams of scribes worked together, each on a different set of tablets, and they developed routines that made their shared work gentle and efficient. One scribe might prepare tablets, while another read aloud names and numbers, and a third might press seals into envelopes for sending. The coordination of these small tasks required a soft choreography and a mutual trust, creating an internal rhythm that distributed labor and preserved accuracy without hurry. Occasionally, records were used in legal settlements, where the calm authority of the written word allowed a fair resolution to be reached. Copies and seals could be brought forward as evidence, and the presence of documented agreements encouraged compromise rather than conflict. The records provided a foundation for resolving claims, and their steady presence promoted a sense of justice rooted in memory rather than in anger. Small boxes and baskets sometimes carried tablets between houses, and the care with which they were wrapped and transported reflected the value placed upon them. A messenger might wrap a precious tablet in cloth and place it in a wooden case to protect it from rain and wear. The journey of a record was handled as a careful task, and both sender and receiver treated it with the respect due to a shared memory. Scribes could be called upon to write more elaborate accounts for special events, where lists of offerings or distributions needed to be carefully recorded for communal observance. These more detailed tablets were prepared with attention to order and to the inclusion of names and measures, and they served as reference points for important times when the community paused and reflected. The act of recording such events made them available to future recall and ensured that they would not fade with the passing of a seasons. The presence of written memory changed the way people spoke of obligations and gifts, because what had been written down could be referenced and relied upon. Conversations about distribution and labor became steadier, supported by tablets that could be consulted to recall what had been agreed. The habit of checking the written record became a natural part of planning, and in this way, memory was shared beyond the limits of a single voice. The quiet carefulness of record keeping shaped everyday decisions in small ways. Family would receive their ration on a certain day because a tablet had listed them. A potter would reserve clay because her ledger showed an order. An official would dispatch workers because the public lists had called them. These are gentle examples of how the mark upon clay guided the movement of many hands and voices over the slow arc of days and seasons. In the rooms where records were kept, light was softened and hands moved with measured care, and the sound of stylus on clay was a quiet companion to the work of community maintenance. The marks made, there were not final pronouncements, but living notes to be read and used and sometimes corrected, always intended to serve the practical needs of those who lived and worked together. The tablets were steady companions, patient and unassuming, holding the details that allowed the settlement to breathe in an ordered, calm rhythm. Families settled near each other in low light and slow air, forming gentle clusters where everyday life unfolded along known paths. Children moved between houses like small birds between branches, and elders watched with steady attention, recalling names and seasons. Kinship traced patterns across doorways and shared walls, and people spoke of relations as a kind of soft map, where obligations and favors were the quiet roads people followed. Houses held not just goods, but stories, and those stories named who could call on whom in rain or heat. In this calm weaving, family networks provided a slow, steady rhythm of obligations, hospitality, and exchange that shaped how work and care were shared through the day. From these family ties, grew ways of caring that fit the quiet demands of labor and rest, with tasks moving gently from hand to hand as seasons eased forward. Morning light found some preparing bread or porridge, while others tended flocks or checked irrigation channels with measured steps. Older people taught the younger to carry water, to mend a net, to knead dough so the loaf would rise evenly, and each lesson was patient and repeated until the motion lived in the body. Work was not only an economic need, but a way of belonging, and steady repetition bound people to one another, teaching who could be relied upon in the longest of seasons. Leadership in these communities often grew from those steady everyday practices, from people whose voices were soft but whose memory was long. Positions of guidance were given to those who kept the measure of fields and the timing of festivals, to those who could call people together without haste or triumph. Decisions about planting, about the repair of a communal wall, or about sharing a poor harvest were reached through talk that wound slowly forward, not by a single voice, but by a circle that listened. Leaders were named by habit, by example, by the gifts of time and care they offered, and their authority rested on trust that had been built through many quiet acts. As life settled into these ways, labor was arranged so that no single household bore more burden than the fabric of the village could sustain, and people found practical patterns to divide the day. Men and women, children and elders, all took on tasks that matched the hour, the season, and the body's strength at different times. In some places, specific labors became more common among particular households because skills were passed down within kin lines, and in others skill and preference shaped who did what, with flexibility and negotiation smoothing any rough edge. This gentle division was practical and calming, ensuring food, shelter, and safety without sharp discord. Skilled crafts were often recognized within families and small groups, and those who learned a trade did so through patient apprenticeship at another's side. A potter's hands became steady through years of throwing clay, while an older maker adjusted the wheel and offered quiet correction. Weavers sat together, their shuttles moving in a steady rhythm, while someone hummed a low tune, and the patterns they created carried simple codes of belonging, marking households or kin. Metalworkers learned by watching the glow of a forge, learning to coax shape and temper from hot metal, and in time their expertise became a gentle source of prestige and usefulness. As certain skills deepened, workshops and spaces where specialized labor happened gathered somewhat apart, not with urgency, but with practical ease, so that smoke from a kiln did not bother the sleeping rooms, and the pounding of tools did not disturb the weaving. Those who made pottery, those who shaped tools, those who prepared hides or spun thread found it pleasant to cluster, sharing tools and news in the slow pauses between tasks. This clustering supported the passing of fragile knowledge, like a song learned line by line, and it made the flow of goods steady and predictable, so that households could plan what to borrow or to trade when the season turned. Exchange between households and between communities was carried out by people who learned roots and times as one learns a gentle song, and their roles were remembered and respected. Some carried grain to a neighboring village when the moon was thin. Others guided small riverboats with skill that smelled of old rope and wet wood, and still others organized barter within a central place where goods were shown and quietly measured. These traders and carriers kept promises about weight and measure, holding the trust of several households as they moved with calm purpose between fields and markets. The store of memories and of numbers, names, counts, and tallies was often kept by particular people whose hands were used to making marks or counting tokens. These record keepers used simple objects at first, small clay tokens or knotted cords, and later signs carved softly into durable surfaces, all used to remember promises and obligations. Their work was steady and meticulous, counting grain put into communal stores or noting who had lent oxen for the harvest, and their care helped make agreements reliable across seasons, reducing worry and easing the management of shared resources. Within the community, social distinctions appeared softly, sometimes shaped by the control of certain resources, sometimes by personal skill, and sometimes by long memories of ancestors who had been generous or fierce. Some households were recognized for their ability to host many guests, some for the quality of their pottery, and some for the safekeeping of seeds through difficult winters. These differences unfolded without sudden drama, influencing whom people sought for counsel or companionship, and they rested largely on mutual recognition rather than strict enforcement, mingling with kinship and age in a slow pattern of respect. Marriage and alliances were woven into this fabric as careful arrangements that bound households together through time, arranging help and hospitality across wider circles. When young people joined families by marriage, they brought with them ties and obligations that moved like a gentle river, watering fields neither person had planted alone. Such unions often served to create broader networks, assuring access to grazing, to water, to neighbors who would help when walls needed repair. These alliances smoothed the movement of labor and resources, connecting households in a web of mutual care and shared interests. Age also created a soft hierarchy of responsibility, where each year added different expectations and freedoms, and young people were gradually given tasks that matched their growing skill and stamina. Initiations into more demanding work were undertaken with gentle ceremony and clear instruction, with elders offering counsel and marking transitions through simple rites that taught duty and belonging. As youth learned to manage tools, animals, and fields, they also learned the patient art of negotiation, of sharing scarce resources, and of bearing burdens in ways that strengthened the whole group. Some positions arose because they helped with practical matters such as defense or the tending of large herds, and those who took these responsibilities did so through training and reputation rather than by abrupt decree. Warriors or guards learned routes and watchfulness, practicing drills that were quiet and slow so that tension never hardened. Herdsmen learned to read the moods of animals and the lay of distant pastures, and they offered their knowledge as part of the community's rhythm, moving flocks in patterns that matched seasonal grass and distant storms in the least disruptive way. Healing and the care of the sick were roles that gathered quiet respect, filled by individuals who combined practical knowledge of plants, poultices, and rest with an ability to soothe and to remember new remedies. These healers kept lists of herbs and of seasonal medicines, teaching apprentices through long afternoons of mixing and measuring. Their counseling extended into matters of use and of ritual, for health was seen both physically and in the balance of life, and this broader understanding made their knowledge vital to daily continuity and to the slow recovery of those whose strength had waned. Ceremonial specialists, or keepers of sacred knowledge, often held roles that were partly practical and partly symbolic, reminding people of timing, of vows, and of the patterns that tied living and ancestral obligations together. They kept calendars for planting and harvest, marking times with quiet observances that aligned work with the turning of seasons. Their rituals were gentle, intended to steady the heart and to remind people of shared purpose, with small offerings and soft recitations that reinforced communal bonds and explained why some tasks were done in certain ways at certain times. Markets and traders brought new contacts and new goods into the village life, and those who managed these relationships learned to move gently between different sets of expectations and customs. They not only transported salt, metal, or cloth, but also knowledge of distant practices, useful seeds, and new tools, and they translated foreign measures into familiar ones. Their role required diplomacy and patience, smoothing exchanges so that neighbors could trust bargains and return with what they needed without haste or worry. The distribution of common goods was quietly managed through customs that valued sharing and reciprocity, especially when weather or pestilence threatened abundance. Communal granaries were tended by those chosen for their steady hands and fair mind, and people trusted these custodians to measure out rations with calm accuracy. In times of scarcity, households drew on known rules for redistribution, drawing down stores in a way that sheltered the most vulnerable and preserved the long-term capacity to begin planting again when the earth warmed. Gift giving and feasting became ritualized forms of mutual insurance, soft agreements written in food and presents rather than in law, and these practices knitted people together in trusting exchange. When a household hosted a feast, they shared surplus and status, and other households returned favor in time, creating a slow cycle of reciprocity that made alliances durable. The shared meals were times of instruction as well, where songs, stories, and repair of small tools took place in the warmth of the hearth and under the gentle glow of communal lamps. Education in most households was informal and continuous, unfolding as children watched and copied, as adolescents practiced under watchful eyes, and as elders told stories that encoded rules for living. The passing of craft skills, crop knowledge, and the subtleties of which field needed attention in a given rain were woven into daily tasks, so that learning was neither hurried nor detached from living. This organic transmission ensured that knowledge remained practical, moving easily from hand to hand and season to season. Social sanctions, when they were needed, were usually mild and aimed at restoring balance rather than punishing cruelly, guided by a collective sense of fairness that grew from habit and shared need. Shame, small fines, or the requirement to host a healing meal were common ways to mend relations, and councils often mediated disputes with an emphasis on reconciliation. Such measures preserved relationships and allowed work and mutual aid to resume with little lasting harm, keeping the fabric of daily life smooth and intact. Work and rest were balanced through customs that respected small cycles of labor, with daily breaks, seasonal pauses, and nights reserved for sleep and the gentle conversation of family. Time was measured by tasks rather than by clocks, and people knew the hour through sun and shadow, through the sound of animals settling, and through the lengthening of a particular song sung by women as they ground grain. Rest was recognized as essential, and rhythms of labor were arranged so that energy could be replenished, sustaining continuity rather than exacting strain. Certain families became known for guardianship of particular resources, such as a well, a grove, or a kiln, and these guardianship roles were acknowledged through practice and through small ceremonies that reaffirmed obligations. The guardians tended the resource with care, allowing use under conditions that balanced access against preservation, and neighbors accepted these terms because they were understood to ensure long-term benefit. This governance of resources was quiet and pragmatic, guided by the knowledge that sharing requires rules to prevent the depletion that would harm all. Apprenticeship and mentorship created slow ladders of skill, where a young person could gradually assume more complex responsibilities as their hands and judgment matured. These relationships were not rushed, and the passing of a tool or a technique was done with patient instruction and repeated practice until the movement was natural. The mentor's role was social as well as technical, offering advice on marriage, on alliances, and on how to balance individual desire with communal need, thereby shaping competent participants rather than isolated specialists. Songs and stories held lists of genealogies and of past generosity that made social standing legible without rigid registers, and recitation of these tales by elders at night linked obligations to memory, telling who had given seeds during a harsh winter or who had provided shelter during a flood preserved social credit and encouraged similar generosity in future seasons. Memory served as an informal ledger, and the spoken record shaped reputations and obligations in ways that were gentle but powerful. Labor during communal tasks, such as building a storehouse or reinforcing a levee, was organized through known routines, with neighbors arriving at agreed times and contributing according to strength. Such work parties were social moments, as well as practical, filled with the exchange of news, the sharing of food, and the repetition of techniques that ensured sturdy construction and efficient repair. These gatherings reinforced ties and allowed skills to be tested and transmitted across household lines, ensuring resilience through cooperation. Children's play often mirrored adult roles in soft rehearsal, with mock weaving or tiny mock markets, teaching the basics of exchange and craft. Through play, children learned the social patterns they would later inhabit, how to ask for help, how to bargain of a simple sort, and how to respect boundaries around sacred spaces. These early habits were the seedlings of later competence, growing in the ease of imitation and affectionate correction that defines slow learning. Seasonal festivals marked the turning of labor into communal celebration, with music and food, with the exchange of simple gifts, and with public acknowledgement of tasks completed. These events were moments of collective rest and of reaffirmation, where work and ritual blended and social hierarchies softened in the shared pleasure of abundance. Such festivals allowed people to check the map of obligations, to renew alliances, and to make visible the quiet labors that sustained the community through less generous times. Household economy and community obligations existed in constant conversation, and people learned to balance private needs with public expectations through repeated practice. This balance was negotiated in low tones and mutual accommodation, with households sometimes offering extra labor to a neighbor in exchange for guidance or for future help. The system worked because it was lived rather than legislated, and because the steady practice of reciprocity and modest prestige kept the scale of obligations manageable and humane. Certain individuals carried the role of memory keeper in a narrower sense, maintaining lists of births, of deaths, of marriages, and of accumulated obligations, sometimes marking these on objects or in simple tokens. Their care made succession and claims easier to manage, and their records gave weight to promises made across seasons. Such custodians were gentle stewards of continuity, ensuring that the threads linking past favors to present claims were neither forgotten nor abused. Trade artisans developed reputations that moved ahead of them, and a skilled weaver or a deft metalworker could thereby widen a household's network, bringing in materials and offers of exchange that benefited kin and neighbors. The movement of reputation functioned like a slow tide, carrying small advantages that could be relied upon when seasons turned. Those with renown also became informal ambassadors, smoothing relations with visitors and translating unfamiliar practices into terms that fitted local expectations. Ritual specialists sometimes mediated disputes by invoking shared tradition, their words soft but carrying the weight of habit and ancestry, and they helped renew obligations through ceremonies that re-established trust. Their interventions tended to be symbolic as much as practical, reminding people of mutual dependence through acts that were slow, deliberate, and unmistakably communal. Such processes repaired social fabric, weaving in threads of apology and restitution that both acknowledged harm and restored belonging. Food sharing and communal kitchens provided more than sustenance. They were arenas for social apprenticeship, where manners, recipes, and the timing of tasks were taught in the warm rhythm of cooking. Those who prepared communal meals learned to order work so that bread arrived, while stews simmered, and they coordinated the contributions of households in ways that felt natural and unhurried. The kitchen became a center of social life, a place where children learned language and ritual through measured repetition and shared taste. Marriage alliances were often acknowledged with small public acts that made obligations visible, and these acts included the exchange of goods, shared feasting, and the naming of debt and help across families. Through these practices, alliances were less about strict transfer and more about weaving circles of obligation that could be counted on in quiet emergencies, such as the sudden loss of a crop or the need to care for an orphaned child. The slow multiplication of such connections created networks that cushioned households against life's inevitable shocks. Within each household, roles were negotiated daily, and the person who set the pace for a day might change with the season, the health of family members, and the pressing needs of the moment. This flexibility prevented rigid hierarchies from calcifying into harm, and it kept social life adaptive, allowing the community to respond calmly to shifting conditions. Negotiation was often silent and practiced, visible in the way hands fell to tasks without fanfare, and in the way neighbors adjusted their plans in small, courteous ways to accommodate one another. Secret knowledge and sacred duties were sometimes guarded by small groups whose careful custodianship preserved rituals and technical expertise. And this guarded role was rarely a source of sharp power, but rather a quiet responsibility. The keepers of such knowledge taught through initiation and slow repetition, ensuring that mysteries remained meaningful and that the community retained its sense of continuity. Their discretion was part of their service, offering stability through the preservation of practices that marked time and bound people together. Large-scale cooperative projects, such as maintaining irrigation channels or shared pastures, were governed by norms that distributed labor across households according to capacity and need, and these arrangements were revisited with the turning of seasons. People took turns leading tasks, measuring contributions with unspoken skill, and the collective maintenance of vital infrastructure became a slow ritual of mutual care. This shared responsibility taught dependability and ensured that no single failure would pull the whole system down. Knowledge of the land, weather, and crop varieties was a key element of social standing in many places, and those who read subtle signs, the tilt of a leaf, the chatter of birds, were consulted in planning and in timing. Their observations shaped communal choices about when to sow and when to gather, and their counsel was offered in the plain language of experience rather than in abstract decree. Listening to such voices kept agricultural practice attuned to the subtle cues of the environment. As seasons passed and people aged, roles shifted gently from the intensity of physical labor to the quieter tasks of advice, arbitration, and the maintenance of memory. Elders took up the work of teaching and blessing, of telling the tales that kept obligations legible, and of offering calm correction when disputes stirred. Their authority was not sharp but accrued, and their presence smoothed the edges of conflict, restoring a gentle order through example and remembered kindness. In the slow flow of daily life, the distribution of tasks, the recognition of skill, and the steady practices of mutual help created a social fabric that was resilient precisely because it was woven of small, repeated acts of care. People moved through roles as seasons required, learning and teaching in turn, and the community advanced through the patient accumulation of shared habits and shared goods, each action softening the next and keeping the whole alive in a quiet, continuous rhythm. There are places lightly kept apart, small clearings or raised courtyards beside the houses, where soft fires are tended and simple altars are arranged with care, and people move there with a quiet, habitual pace that marks days and seasons in a steady, unhurried way. The stones or baked bricks of those altars are worn by the touch of hands that come and go, and the spaces take on a calm regularity, a measured pattern of cleaning, arranging, and waiting. A low voice might call the hours, a small bell might be struck, and the morning or evening light finds the same objects placed gently on the same woven mat or shallow basin. These places feel deliberate without haste, and the work of keeping them is slow and ordinary, a soft loop that ties moments together. Around these central spots, larger and more carefully planned sacred enclosures often rise, not in a hurry, but with patient shaping of mud, timber, and stone, forming courtyards and rooms that sit slightly higher than the surrounding lanes. Low walls and gateways mark thresholds that are crossed with a quiet step, and once inside, the air changes, as if the light itself moves more softly over carvings, painted plasters, and niches for small offerings. Pathways lead to inner rooms and small altars where figures or symbols are placed, and the arrangement of space is always related to the rhythms of light, wind, and water, opening to the east for first light or sheltered to the west for evening gatherings. The buildings themselves are built for particular gestures. A broad platform invites standing or slow circling. An inner sanctum allows a single person to enter and perform a careful set of actions, and a high place holds a fire that is never wholly left to go out. Doors are plain, thresholds are low, and steps are rubbed smooth by habitual movement. The architecture quietly guides the body through rituals, making each gesture feel natural and known. The materials of these places, sun-baked bricks, timber beams, reed mats, and worked stone, speak a language of craft and continuity, and each element is chosen so that it will respond calmly to hands and breath. Within these spaces, certain people take on the steady work of tending them, learning slow, patient practices that move across years and seasons. Some are chosen by birth, others by skill, and many by the simple fact of being present each morning to coax a fire or to sweep a courtyard. They speak in soft, measured tones, their words shaped to fit the slow cadence of ritual speech, and they learn to measure time not only by hours but by the course of the moon, the coming of rains, and the ripening of grain. Their training is long and deliberate, a series of repeated tasks that become part of the body as much as part of the mind. Their tasks are exact in a gentle way. They count offerings, lay out bread or fruit upon plain plates, pour water in small, steady streams, and knot garlands with fingers that know the right pressure and rhythm. They strike small drums or run a thin reed across taut cord to produce a humming sound that settles the space, and they call in names or speak short lines in a voice that is low and unhurried. Each movement follows a careful order, and the order is remembered not only in speech but in steps taken across the courtyard, in the position of hands on a bowl, and in the way breath is held and released. These keepers of ritual also serve as custodians of stories and calendars, carrying the slow memory of when to hold certain rites and why certain days are heavier with work and thought. They watch the sky and the land, noting the waning of the moon, the first flash of a particular star, the scent on the wind that signals the fruit's readiness. The timing of festivals and solemnities settles into a pattern shaped by harvests, by floods, by birthing seasons of animals, and by human life stages, and those patterns are kept by careful counting and gentle instruction, passed from one person to another like a soft hand passing a lamp. The sequence of days and seasons is gently embodied in small public gatherings that feel like measured breaths. On some mornings, a chorus gathers to sing a simple, repeating verse, while lights are arranged and smoke is offered to the east. On other evenings, a few people sit in a circle and move beads or small tokens while names are spoken slowly, as if the sound itself is the offering. These communal acts are never large in spectacle. They are instead intimate and recurrent, and their repetition over years gives them a weight that need not thunder to be recognized. Offerings are modest and unhurried, selected from what the household or community has in readiness, and they are placed with an economy of motion that honors both the giver and what is given. Bowls of grain are set, a piece of cloth is folded carefully, a cup of oil is poured in a thin, even stream, and small votive objects are laid in niches or set along a ledge. Sometimes, water is poured into a shallow basin and left to cool. Sometimes, a handful of seeds is scattered on prepared earth, and the act of offering is always balanced by an attention to proportion and care, a sense that what is given is deliberate and truthful. Sound moves softly through these places, not as a call to arms, but as a steady companion to action. A simple reed flute breathes a single long note. A frame drum is touched with light trembling fingers, and voices chant in low harmonies that stretch time and fold attention inward. The rhythm of these sounds is slow and steady, not meant to startle but to lull and to direct, and those who listen let their breathing fall into step with it, so that the bodies of people attending become a part of the ritual vessel itself, shaped and supported by shared cadence. Many rituals follow a seasonally patterned calendar, each date woven into the fabric of communal life, so that the year moves forward like a measured tread. There are rites that greet the first rains with quiet gratitude, rites that mark the thinning of winter with small hearthside ceremonies, rites that call for extra care when waters rise and fields need tending, and rites that close the cycle of harvest with communal feasts and shared provisions. The calendar becomes a gentle map of work and rest, and the rhythm it sets is reflected in the way children learn to expect certain smells and flavors at certain times, and elders learn to tell time in the texture of the day. Rituals for marking life's passages move with similar care and calm. Births are greeted with simple, protective rites that place soft tokens near the sleeping child, wrap new cloth around a small form, and call names that belong to the clan and the land. Coming-of-age ceremonies are quiet and prolonged, involving small tasks or offerings that the young person carries out under the guidance of a patient elder, and marriage is observed with shared bread and slow vows that are less a flourish than a steady joining of households. Each of these rites is modest in spectacle, but full in meaning, a careful threading of individual life into the larger pattern. The care for the dead is done with an unhurried dignity that spreads across days and weeks as families prepare a body and a place for remembrance with slow, methodical care. The deceased are washed and wrapped in cloth, sometimes with small tokens placed at the hands or resting near the head, and then moved to a prepared chamber or simple grave where the community comes to stand quietly and to offer food or drink that is left at the threshold. The preparation and the farewell are measured acts of attention, as if the slow repetition of gestures helps both the departed and the living to take the next step with equal care. Burial places are chosen and prepared with a sense of continuity, often situated near water, beneath a stand of trees, or along a path that connects the living spaces with fields and clays where memory can be tended. Some graves are shallow and covered with woven mats and stones. Others are placed within built chambers with shelves for small objects, and over time, these places develop into quiet, familiar sites, visited on certain days to leave a bit of food, a pinch of grain, or a fragrant leaf. These pilgrimages are not showy. They are tidy, sober, and regular, a gentle keeping of ties. When a body is set within a tomb or a simple pit, the objects placed alongside it are chosen to speak of ordinary needs rather than extravagant display. A clay bowl, a pair of sandals, a spindle, a small tool, a coil of thread. These items are given out of a domestic logic, a soft assurance that the person continues in some necessary way beyond the threshold. The goods are placed carefully, folded or stacked so they will not shift, and the act of choosing them is quiet and reflective, a final household tending that moves from the interior of a home into the ground. Funerary feasts and meals held in memory are shaped as much by the needs of the living as by the remembrance of the dead. People come together to share cooked grain, roasted fish, bread, and pottage, and the presence of food both comforts and binds, creating a slow communal exchange that renews bonds. Voices are low, and the sharing is deliberate, with portions distributed in a manner that echoes household divisions and obligations, reminding everyone of their ties and of the practical responsibilities that continue despite sorrow. In some communities, the care of the dead involves layered practices that combine elements of vesting and protection, as bodies may be watched over in a mortuary space for a time before final interment, and certain accounts of the past are told while the body lies near the center of the home. These periods of vigil are framed with routine: a small lamp kept lit, a strip of cloth smoothed, a neighbor's hand steadying a bowl. The rhythm of watching is ordinary work, and it allows friends and kin to remember, to speak names aloud, and to place small offerings as they recall shared tasks and familiar habits. Temples, where they are built larger than household shrines, host a quieter, more formal set of practices that are nevertheless shaped by everyday gestures. They hold storage for tokens and offerings, rooms where small objects are kept in order, and a central chamber where one image or symbol is maintained with particular attention. Priests move there with a steady, rehearsed gentleness, carrying water for the lamps, replacing items that have been used, and keeping surfaces clean. The temple schedule is modest and steady, its occupations a repetition of small tasks that lift domestic acts into a communal sphere. The temple complex often supports a modest retinue of helpers who cook, mend, carry, and count, and their work is organized with unhurried care so that the temple can be both a place of sanctuary and a center of small, shared obligations. Some members of the community are chosen to come regularly to the temple to present goods brought from houses, to lay a strip of cloth on an altar, or to transmit the memory of a promise. These patterns of attendance give the temple a rhythm that echoes the patterns of fields and ovens, a social pulse that is measured by frequent small acts rather than rare grand events. Priestly roles can be specific and trained, involving learning particular words and touches that must be spoken and made in a precise order. The training is patient and practical. Apprentices watch, copy gestures, repeat short phrases, learn to count days, and learn the names and shapes of offerings. Authority in these roles comes less from spectacle than from steady competence and trust, the kind earned by hours of careful repetition and the reliable tending of sacred things. Those who serve are often responsible for both sacred knowledge and everyday matters, like keeping records of offerings and maintaining the cleanliness of sacred vessels. Sacred specialists also hold and transmit simple rules about purity or preparation, instructing families on how to wash, what cloth to wear, what to remove from a room, and how to prepare a neighbor's child or a returning traveler for participation. These instructions are pragmatic and conservative, meant to steady the community's sense of what belongs inside certain places and what should be kept outside until a suitable cleansing. The rules are taught in quiet demonstrations and repeated corrections, a pedagogy of small, steady corrections rather than loud decrees. At certain moments, the community gathers for larger, slower festivals that expand the temple's daily work into a shared public observance. These events are paced like a long walk, with people arriving in clusters, moving in slow lines to the temple, and sharing food and small offerings. The procession itself is unhurried and contemplative, staffs tapped gently against the ground, woven banners carried low, a single drum keeping time so that steps fall into a communal tempo. The visual elements are simple and patterned, and their repetition across years makes them familiar and easily entered into by any neighbor. Processions often follow routes that connect village centers to fields, springs, or older shrines, so that the act of moving itself becomes a threading of place and memory. Stopping points are brief and intentional, where a cup of water might be poured on a knot of earth, a few grains scattered, or a short verse repeated. These pauses give the procession a breath, a chance to rest and to recollect, and they knit the landscape into the liturgy, making the land itself a participant in the ritual life. Offerings and votive objects placed at temples and shrines carry a careful economy. Small figurines, clay plaques, inscribed tokens, and ribbons are left in niches or tied to posts, each object chosen for its steady symbolism rather than for flamboyance. Many of these items are made by local hands and placed with the same calm attention as a bowl on a table. Some bear incised marks or simple symbols that remind the giver and the keeper of a promise, a petition, or a thanks. Over time, shelves collect these small things, and they form a quiet archive of concern and care. Sometimes certain animals are included in ritual life with gentle respect rather than grand sacrifice, their role linked to practical cycles. A few animals may be tended in temple compounds, their presence associated with food, wool, or milk that is shared with the community or reserved for particular rites. The handling of these animals follows measured patterns, with specific times for feeding and milking, and the animals are named and cared for as part of the social fabric. Where killing occurs, it is done with procedural, solemnity, and shared distribution, so the act becomes integrated into community nutrition and memory. Music and sound used in rituals are often simple and repetitive, instruments made of wood, skin, reed, or string producing tones that are easy to reproduce and to follow. The repetition of a single melodic line or the steady beat of a drum helps listeners enter a meditative steadiness, aligning breath and thought with the ceremonial pace. Singing is communal and unadorned, a joining of voices that emphasizes inclusion over virtuosity, so that songs become collective tools for remembering and returning. Ritual specialists keep a quiet archive of markings and tokens that help them count and hold memory. Small tallies, knots and cords, inscribed sticks, and clay tokens are used to mark dates, pledges, and sequences of offerings. The handling of these items is slow and methodical, and they are stored in bundles or small boxes within temple rooms, where the keepers can consult them and replenish rituals from a stable record. The records are not written loudly, but are kept as practical devices, tools to ensure that promises are kept and that the calendar remains true. Transmission of ritual knowledge is domestic and iterative, done by watching and repeating more than by abstract instruction. A child sits near an elder, sweeping a courtyard, and learns the exact angle of the sweep, the rhythm of dusting, the position in which offerings are set. The apprentice imitates a priest's gesture many times a day, the motion sinking into muscle memory through quiet repetition. Stories that accompany rites are offered in small, episodic ways, told while hands fold cloth or grind grain, so that the words and the work become one continuous practice. The line between sacred and everyday practice is often thin and flexible, so that cooking for a communal meal can be shaped by ritual steps, and the making of an object for domestic use can follow a blessing begun at a small altar. This permeability allows ritual to be woven into the ordinary, making each kitchen fire or woven cloth a potential site of gentle attention. Over time, such habits form a cultural texture in which life and reverence are not sharply divided, but are joined by recurrent acts of careful tending. In the course of seasons, certain places remain centers for liturgical work, while others host occasional rites, creating a network of nodes across the landscape that villagers visit with a steady rhythm. A spring may be visited each year at the time of sowing. A low hill might receive offerings before harvest, and a certain tree may be tied with ribbons in late summer. The distribution of these sites spreads ritual responsibility across families and neighborhoods, and the network offers many small opportunities for participation rather than a single obligatory center. Allocation of resources to temple maintenance is handled with the same cautious economy as other communal projects. Food, fibers, oil, and small craft items are set aside in measured amounts, and it becomes a normal part of household planning to prepare modest contributions. The care of temple stores is systematic and simple. Jars are counted and marked, oils are tested for freshness, and cloths are repaired with neat, repetitive stitches. This routine upkeep requires steady attention more than occasional largesse, and the continuity depends on the daily reliability of many small acts. Certain artifacts gain ritual value over time through repeated use and careful handling. A plain stone may become a recognized token. A bowl may be inscribed with a repeated mark, and a woven band may be passed through generations as an emblem of continuity. These items are treated with gentle reverence. They are handled with clean hands, stored in dry places, and brought out on particular days that are long known. The materiality of such objects anchors memory and lends a slow, visible continuity to communal identity. The social role of rituals extends beyond the temple walls into dispute resolution, oaths, and agreements, where people call upon ritual promises as a tangible reassurance. Contracts are often sealed with small offerings. Witnesses gather near shrines, and the imposition of a shared ritual acts as a public reminder of obligation. These practices are orderly and reciprocal, and they rely on the community's shared acceptance of ritual force rather than on external coercion, so that the memory of a promise is reinforced by repeated liturgical acts. At times, weather or crop failures may require special rites that involve extended watching, careful distribution of found resources, and the coordinated effort of many households to support those most in need. In these moments, ritual takes on a pragmatic solidarity. Prayers and offerings accompany food sharing and labor redistribution, and sacred specialists coordinate communal work as part of the response. The rituals involved are consistent with daily patterns, but they are intensified in small steps, providing both spiritual attention and practical coordination. The conservation of ritual scripts and the maintenance of sacred spaces are practiced with a modest, long-term orientation. Roofs are mended with reed and clay, walls are replastered, shelves are relined, and sacred threads are repaired in patient sessions, where several hands pass a needle slowly. The continuity of care is physical as well as social, and the tactile work of repair is itself a form of remembrance, knitting the past into the present through the slow motion of skillful hands. Older rites sometimes evolve as new circumstances arise, and changes in offerings or the wording of a prayer occur gradually because people adapt small gestures rather than rewriting the whole pattern. A new crop might be included in a ritual, a minor melody might be added to a song, or a fresh votive object may be introduced because it fits a communal need. These changes are careful and additive, keeping the rhythm familiar while allowing for gentle adjustments that respond to life's slow shifts. Throughout all these practices, the emphasis remains on modesty, continuity, and the slow weaving of presence into place, so that religious life is less a series of dramatic events and more a prolonged, patient tending of shared memory. The instruments, the words, the places, and the people involved are bound together by repetition and attention, and the steady unfolding of their work shapes the pace of days, the marking of seasons, and the quiet passing of knowledge from one generation to the next. Morning opens slowly, the light soft and steady as it moves across the floor of a house, warmed by last night's embers and the slow, familiar breath of people already awake. A woman moves by habit to the hearth, lifting the lid from a pot to check on grains set to soak, feeling the coolness of the clay and the way steam rises in gentle spirals. Nearby, a child still curled under a blanket feels the smell of bread and stirs, learning the timing of warmth and scent like a first language. Outside, someone carries water in a leather bag, the slosh steady and lulling, and the sound blends with the low scrape of a wooden pestle, making rhythm against a mortar. The house is small and tidy by necessity, and every object has a place that makes morning work move from one hand to the next without fuss. From the hearth, hands move toward tools kept ready for the day. The grinding stone that will turn dried grain into coarse meal, the sickle hung in the doorway for future harvests, the basket for gathering herbs. Each item bears small marks from repeated use, nicked edges, and smooth handles that tell of many mornings just like this. A pair of women exchange a quiet word and a glance as one rolls dough on a flat stone, pressing gently to shape loaves that will bake in an earthen oven later. The rhythm of those hands is steady, measured against the pulse of the household, and it teaches the child nearby how to press, fold, and cup dough without haste. These tasks are gentle, almost ceremonial, and their repetition shapes the day. Bread, porridge, and stews begin the day for most, and the taste of these foods is tied to season and storage. Grain saved from harvest lies in a cool, dark place, wrapped in cloth or stored in clay jars sealed with wax or cloth, and it becomes the anchor of many meals. When fresh greens appear in spring, they are added to soups and stews with a lightness that heralds change, and later in summer, fruits and fresh dairy offer brighter flavors. Preservation is a patient art, drying herbs on rafters, smoking fish and meat over low fires, and packing vegetables in salt or ash to keep through colder months. Each method is a conversation with time, slowing decay so that a single harvest can feed many days. Cooking itself is a slow choreography, moving from one simple task to the next with hardly a need for speech. Water is poured, embers stirred, pots arranged, so heat is even and gentle. A wooden ladle scoops broth into bowls, and the act of passing bowls around a low table is as much about sharing as it is about eating. Utensils are made of wood, bone, or shaped clay, and they are shaped to be comfortable in small hands as well as larger ones. The textures of plates and bowls reflect the maker's fingers, and the smoothness where hands rest tells of careful patching or gentle polishing done in quiet hours. Even cleaning is thoughtful, using soft ashes or sand when water is scarce, and each piece is returned to its place. Clothing follows the same slow pattern of making and mending, and fabrics carry the history of seasons within their threads. Flax is retted beside slow-moving water, the fibers broken and combed to become fine linen, while wool is carded and spun into yarn, each twist taking time and the slow focus of a practiced hand. Children learn to spin on small spindles, their fingers finding the rhythm as the spindle turns and the thread lengthens. Simple looms sit in corners, steady and patient, and garments are woven to fit the body and the season, with layers added for cold and lighter garments for sunlit days. Dyeing uses plants gathered at particular times, and their colors are soft and muted, a quiet echo of the landscape. Shoes and tools are shaped from leather that has been worked with oils and slow rubbing, and each stitch is a small, precise movement that strengthens the seam. Needles are kept sharp, tucked into strips of leather, and when a seam shows wear, it is repaired before it can fail. The mending itself, a lesson in careful attention. Cloth that is too thin is used for children's patches or for wrapping bundles, and nothing is wasted. Every scrap carries potential for a new use. The making of clothes is communal as much as it is individual. Neighbors exchange threads and patterns, and the act of sewing together becomes a way to share time, stories, and skill as steady work continues. Tools for the field are tended with the same slow care. Wooden handles, smoothed by hands over seasons, metal edges kept keen on stones, and plow parts oiled and checked before the first furrow is turned. The workday begins when light is sufficient, but before the heat of midday, and the cadence of tasks follows the sun. Planting, weeding, and harvesting fall into a rhythm that everyone in the household knows by heart, and the sound of hoes and feet moving across the soil is a kind of quiet music that rises and ebbs as the day unfolds. When storms come, tools are sheltered and repair becomes the focus, a calm task done by lamplight. Water is managed precisely, and simple devices like channels, jars, and hand-dug wells shape the household's routines. Women and men who draw water do so with practiced ease, balancing jars on their heads or carrying them in yokes so that steps are light and measured. In some places, small canals slow the river's energy and give life to fields nearby, and tending these channels is part of daily care. The sound of flowing water near the home becomes a rhythm in which tasks nestle, and knowing when to divert a small flow for gardens or when to close a sluice is learned over many seasons. Children move through these routines gently, observing the timing of life and trying small tasks with patient guidance. A child may be given a wooden bowl to stir, a small spindle to spin, or a bundle of straw to braid, and the motions they learn are repeated until they become second nature. Play is often a soft mirror of work: small wooden hoes, little looms, or clay toys that mimic adult tools and teach how to use them. Learning is oral and hands-on, told in simple phrases and shown in steady gestures, and the repetition of a task under watchful eyes builds confidence more than instruction ever could. The household keeps records of its stores, not with written lists, but with marks and memory. A cord tied in a familiar knot can indicate the day a jar was sealed, and colored threads might mark whose cloak is set aside. Containers are placed where light does not touch them, and the oldest flower is used first because people remember by smell and texture. Even where formal records do not exist, memory is shared and woven into daily practice. Who brought what, which field was sown with which grain, and where a particular tool is kept are all held in common recall and spoken about in quiet, precise phrases. Architectural spaces of the household shape daily activities in subtle ways, and the layout of rooms allows tasks to flow without excess movement. A central hearth gives warmth and a place for cooking, while a low bench along one wall serves as a work surface and as a sleeping place in cool weather. Storage niches built into thick walls keep goods dry and cool, and raised platforms keep grain from damp. The sounds of night, creaking beams, the soft grinding of stones, the distant calling of an animal become part of the household's lullaby, and people learn to move among these familiar echoes with gentle steps. Seasonal labor increases and eases with the year like a tide. In spring, sowing demands careful, patient placement of seed in prepared beds, and the household moves with expectation as shoots emerge. Summer is the time of tending and protection, shading young plants, and keeping pests at bay with smoke and nets. Harvest falls into autumn with long days of gathering, threshing, and winnowing, where the air is filled with the dry whisper of chaff. Winter brings a slower rhythm, patching nets, smoothing ropes, making repairs, and turning to crafts that do not need open sky. Each season shapes how hands are used and what stories are told across the fire. Food preparation changes with that rhythm in ways both small and large. In the warm months, fresh greens and milk offer lighter dishes, and meals are quick and shared outdoors. As the year cools, the kitchen becomes a place of steady heat where slow-cooked stews deepen in flavor and preserved fruits bring sweetness to short days. Stocks are made from bones and vegetable scraps to make broths that carry nutrients through winter, and small blends of herbs are kept for flavoring and for gentle remedies. The taste of each season is remembered and anticipated, and people plan meals with a calm attention to what will keep well and what will nourish. Brewing and fermenting are understood as slow transformations, the quiet work of time changing grain into ale, milk into cheese, or fruit into leaven for bread. Jars covered with cloth breathe at the right rate, and the farmer's hand knows the subtle signs of readiness: a change in smell, a gentle bubble, a richer color. These processes are gentle sciences learned over years, and they become household secrets passed between generations. The act of setting aside a jar to ferment is a small pledge to the future, an acceptance of time's slow movement that returns something new and sustaining. The making and maintaining of household pottery and containers is a constant, unhurried craft, and broken pieces are patched or ground down for other uses. Clay bowls are fired in small kilns or open pits, and the potter moves with steady gestures, feeling clay yield under the palm and shaping forms meant for specific tasks. Some vessels are reserved for liquids, others for dry goods, and their shapes are suited to their purpose. The glaze on a particular jar tells of a rainy season or a careful-footed stand, and the sound of clay tapping in a maker's hand is a familiar rhythm in the village. Textiles continue to be mended, layered, and adapted through seasons, and the loom remains a hub of quiet activity. Patterns are simple and repeating, geometric bands that mark family or locality in unobtrusive ways. Small embroidered marks on a child's garment are made with patience and often hold a simple hope for warmth or luck, but they are plain in color and slow in design. When the weather demands, thicker cloaks are pulled from chests and lined with additional batting, while lighter wraps are woven and worn when sun is strong. The tactile knowledge of how to fold, layer, and tie clothing is shared through touch. Daily care of animals fits into household routines as well, gentle and persistent. Pens are cleaned at dawn, and animals are moved to fresh pasture in the cool of early day. Milking is done with a soft rhythm that soothes both person and creature, and the yield of milk becomes a steady part of many meals and of simple commerce. When young animals are born, the household moves with quiet celebration and careful attention, and the rhythms of birth and growth are woven into the season's patterns. Leather and wool from animals are transformed through patient work into clothing, ropes, and bedding, each step slow and deliberate. Tools of metalworking and sharpening are maintained with thoughtful attention, and simple repairs are done in the household workshop or in a nearby communal area. A blade is checked for balance and edge, hammered gently where needed, and heated only when necessary, the glow of coals moving slowly like a heartbeat. Metalworking is not always daily, but the readiness of the tools is a constant quiet requirement, and their maintenance occupies cold days and evenings, giving hands the chance to shape small objects that make daily life easier. Markets and exchanges occur with hush and steady barter, and people bring surplus goods for trade in ways that avoid hurry. A basket of dried fish might be exchanged for a length of cloth, and the transaction is spoken aloud but gently, with agreed counts or measured scoops of grain. Prices are remembered in terms of bowls and measures rather than coins, and the rhythm of market days is familiar, a rise in activity that settles back into quiet as the sun goes down. These exchanges support variety in a household's diet and goods while remaining a soft, social rhythm. Children learn to count and measure with practical tasks, using tokens or knotted ropes to keep track of quantities. They carry small jars to market and learn to weigh by feel, balancing measures until the proportions become intuitive. This kind of arithmetic is embedded in motion, counting pebbles, matching handfuls of grain, or timing the number of strokes needed to weave a pattern. The knowledge travels between hands and memory, taught in whispered corrections and in patient repetition until it becomes part of the way a child moves through the day. Apprenticeships take the form of quiet proximity rather than formal lessons, and the young sit where they can see the slow hands of masters at work, watching They learn the way a basket's base must be set, how a potter's fingers steady a rim, how a weaver's shuttle is caught and released. Gradually, their hands find the motions, and their bodies remember the timing. There is little hurry, and mistakes are corrected gently. The emphasis on gradual improvement and on preserving the balance between care and practicality. Through this slow learning, skills are kept alive across generations. Songs and stories accompany many tasks, and they are short, repetitive verses that fit the motion of hands and feet. A rhythmic chant while pounding grain helps keep time and eases the strain, while a quiet lullaby after a long day settles the household into rest. These melodies are simple and soothing, and though the words may change, the steady cadence remains, smoothing labor into something almost like breathing. In this way, memory is folded into rhythm, and the passing of knowledge becomes both auditory and physical. Seasonal communal events are soft gatherings rather than spectacles, moments when many hands come together to carry a heavy burden or to share a fresh abundance. Neighbors help with roof repairs after storms, sharing beams and time with a calm acceptance. And when a field yields more than one family can process alone, people gather to thresh and store together. The work proceeds in gentle coordination, with shared meals and quiet laughter, and the bonds this creates are practical as well as comforting. Such events are repeated over seasons until they become expected threads in the community's fabric. Children are present in these communal rhythms, their small hands useful for carrying bundles or for watching and learning the steady flow of cooperation. They learn how a group can move without fuss when tasks are shared, and they learn to recognize who to call on for particular help. Elders sit nearby and offer advice with measured words, their guidance the soft kind that keeps the work steady and the relationships intact. These gatherings are a living classroom where the rules of mutual aid are shown as much as spoken. Quiet celebrations mark the movement of the year and tie daily life to larger cycles without fanfare. A shared meal after planting, small wrapped gifts of preserved foods, or a simple procession of children with woven garlands give the year a gentle structure. The acts are small and repetitive, chosen for their steadiness more than spectacle, and they reconnect people to the land and to one another. The repetition of these moments builds a sense of continuity that is comforting and practical, a rhythm that guides choosing what to plant and when to mend. Time is also counted by the care of tools and dwellings, and each season brings a list of small, satisfying tasks. Roof thatch is combed and reset in late summer when there is sun to dry it. Walls are whitewashed on calm days, and clay floors are smoothed with a damp cloth and allowed to dry in the shade. These tasks are meditative, done with quiet attention that rewards the doer with a sense of order and safety. The steady maintenance of the household is as important as the more visible labor of fields and animals. Learning to preserve and share knowledge is woven into informal moments as much as into formal teaching. A grandmother might hum a tune while showing how to make a knot that will hold in mud, or a father might sing the sequence of planting in a way that helps a child remember depth and spacing. Names for plants, the feeling of a ripe fruit, or the right shade of cloth for a cloak are taught with small touches and patient correction. And over time, these bits of knowledge accumulate into a deep familiarity with the household's ways. The passing of craft techniques is patient and tactile, and each stage of making offers a chance for observation and practice. A young potter's apprentice first watches the shaping of a simple bowl, then feels the clay in their own hands, then learns the timing of drying and firing. Little errors are accepted as part of learning, the potter smoothing a rim or patching a crack, and the lesson is that skill grows with gentle repetition. This slow manner of teaching ensures that knowledge is not only preserved, but also adapted, with small variations added as hands find improvements. As the sun moves through the year, daily routines continue to overlap and interweave with seasonal demands. The household remains a place of soft motion and patient labor. Meals follow the store, clothing adapts to weather, and tools are kept ready for the next task. Children grow into these rhythms quietly, their days marked by repeated actions that shape their hands and minds. And knowledge is passed with a steady hand rather than loud instruction. The days are long with small tasks, and the long arc of seasons is felt in the slow accumulation of work. In the evenings, lamps are lit and conversations drop to a hush, the household easing into rest with small acts of tending. A pot is covered for morning, a garment is laid out to dry, and a path is checked for the next day. The presence of light and its soft movement across stone and wood create a slow atmosphere of safety that steadies thought and encourages small talk and quiet laughter. People tuck in children, smooth blankets, and speak of the plans for the next day in brief, practical terms. And the repetition of these gentle acts makes the passage of time feel continuous and sure. Hands return to crafts on colder nights, finishing what the day left half done, threading a repair, carving a spoon, or trimming a basket rim. And these small completions give a sense of quiet closure without hurry. The rhythm of repair and creation continues into the night in a soft tempo, and learning extends into these hours as stories and songs move easily with motion. The domestic world hums with slow competence, and each settled night sets the stage for the soft tasks that tomorrow will bring.